Good evening, everyone. I'm Bondar JR, also known as the Silver Wolf, also simply known most days as Ron, or several other names that we won't mention. And we're here to stream some eveonline. It's my first stream of the week, so bright and early for me, Monday morning. I know it's Sunday night for most of you, so without further ado, let's go ahead and get started. I am working on my dailies. So with working on my dailies, I'm also trying to work on trying to get Kragen's event done. Figured I may as well get the extra ships for him as well. So yeah, I figure I may as well do the event for him as well since it turned out to be so easy. Sure can't hurt. We'll try a couple different things, but so let me go over here and see where he's at. All right, so we on him or we on you? We're on Falstaff. Okay, so this is Kragen. Minimize this. He is on manufactured reckoning items sold. Okay, should be able to do that. He's gonna have to move it. All right, so let's undock. So welcome everybody. Yeah, exactly. Try something different. I was thinking about trying maybe the combat one. So weekend was good, though there's a lot of things to talk about on the weekend. Strange occurrences here in the Philippines. So yeah, it's been an interesting weekend. So yeah, yeah. Let me get started here. Wait for a couple others to show up because otherwise I'll have to say it twice. Oh, actually, I'm already here. All right, so let's dock here.
Warp drive active.
And then we'll come back to this one. So yes, the weekend was good. We actually got a huge thunderstorm yesterday. No aliens, but we had an interesting development. So we've been waiting for our electric bill, and we've been anxious to see our electric bill because we've been curious what it's going to be. We've been running the air conditioner in the office and the bedroom 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, or roughly 20 days. So we wanted to see what our bill would be. So you're supposed to get your bill on the last day of the month. Now, so you're supposed to get your bill on the last day of the month.
Docking request accepted.
So it didn't come. And honestly, what they do is they deliver it on the last day of the month. You're expected to pay it on the first day of the month. So we waited till the first, and we waited till the second. The first was actually a holiday here, Labor Day here in the Philippines. And so I was starting to get a little worried because things were not progressing, and I was just kind of like, okay, what's going on? So my brother-in-law and sister-in-law went over to the electric company, and they asked about our bill, and the electric company told them, oh yeah, our meter guy showed up and he saw that your meter is burned out, completely burned up. And they were like, okay, so what does that mean? They said, well, it means you got to buy a new meter. He said, well, why wouldn't you tell us that? You know, this is your electricity. We're still getting electricity. But effectively, they can't charge us because they don't know how much electricity we use because the meter's burned up. So we had to pay like, I don't know, $50 for a new meter, which was kind of confusing as well. Like, okay, is the meter coming or what are they doing? So they finally told us that on Monday, today, yeah. They finally told us that on Monday, today, the electric guys were going to show up to install the meter, or that the meter would arrive, I guess. because there was really no explanation on how this was supposed to happen. So I'm kind of like, really? They're going to let us install it ourselves? I mean, that seems kind of risky. And the one thing the electric company did say was, you got to hire an electrician. And we're like, okay, that must be the guy that'll install it. Well, they're like, no, you need to hire an electrician to check out the wiring to try and find out why the meter burned up. So, of course, we already had an electrician. We've got some other electrical problems that are going on here, and they're looking into those. So they called him back, and he looked at it. And he said, no, there's no problem with the wiring. If you had problems with the wiring, you wouldn't have electricity. You still have electricity, which just floored me because our meter's burned out, but I still have electricity. So I'm like, what if we had never said anything at all? Would we have had free electricity for forever? Because I guess the meter guy came, saw the meter was burned up, reported it back to the company, but nobody from the company contacted us. Nobody did anything. It was like the weirdest thing. In America, if your meter burns up, your electric stops. You know right away there's a problem, right? So yeah, so that's what it turned out. The meter was the original meter. When they built the house, it was low standard, like everything else in the house, which is mostly what we're having to fix. Or I should say what the landlord's having to fix. And so anyway, so it turns out we were expecting them to come today. Which I was like, hey, I stream on Monday. That's going to be a problem if they're going to be shutting off the electric. So sure enough, the electrician or the electric company sent their engineers yesterday. They shut off the power. They put in this beautiful new meter. We ended up having to buy some extra breakers, some higher level breakers that they put in because they said maybe that's what did it. And it looks fantastic. But they did all of it yesterday, so it turns out it didn't affect my streaming. So I was like, well, that's awesome, But on the other hand, so the internet. So yesterday, the internet was out. And it was weird. It wasn't like the normal internet days. The internet was out, but it kept asking me to log in, which I was like, why is it asking me to log in? That's not right, So I said something to my brother-in-law, and they tried to call. Nobody would answer, which is common here, especially on a Sunday. And so finally they drove over to the office. Well, and one of the first thing I thought was, we paid our bill, right? And they were like, yeah, we paid your bill several days ago. Well, that was the problem. Our bill was due on the 3rd, which was Saturday. So Sunday morning, they shut off my internet because we paid our bill on the 2nd, and I guess nobody was told we paid our bill because it wasn't the day it was due. So they just shut off our internet. And then when, of course, they went over to the office, showed them the receipt, they're like, oh, you already paid. You can't pay early. You need to pay the day it's due, or it might get shut off. And I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? And they're like, and my sister-in-law, yeah, Respin, what's up, buddy? My sister-in-law was like, yeah, that's kind of the thing here. You need to make sure you pay on the day it's due. And I'm like, well, what if the day it's due is a holiday? What if the day it's due is a Sunday? What if like in this case, the day it's due is a Saturday. So it was like, they're like, oh no, you got to pay it on the day it's due. Otherwise, it'll cause problems. Yeah. So that's what had happened, is they had shut off my internet because of lack of payment, even though I had paid it the day before because nobody had been notified I paid a day early. And I'm just like, you have got to be kidding me. So we got that straightened out. We got the electric straightened out. Yeah, the whole thing was just a cluster. AZDAJA. 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 There we go. I still can't believe you can buy your own stuff. That's just crazy. But, they love you. Alright. Claim reward. Now what? Tyrannite Mind. Okay, cool. So that's what we're going to do. Alright, so let's undock. So that's what we were going to do anyway. So too much not communicating and not my problem B. And that's exactly it. Well, like, so the electric company, I guess our meter probably has been burned up for most of the month. I mean, because we never checked. But I guess when the guy came to get the reading to see how much we owed, he gets the numbers, he takes it back to the office, they tabulate what we owe, they form the bill. Well, he noticed it was burned out. He didn't knock on the door and say, "Hey, your meter's burned out." Instead, he took it back to the office and told them it's burned out. They didn't send anyone to say, "Hey, your meter's burned out. You're still getting electric." Well, and that was my thought. As I said to my wife, I said, "So if we had never checked into this, we would have gotten free electric forever." And she's like, "Well, that's not right." And I'm like, "I know it's not right, but it's one of those where it's also one of those things where it really shouldn't be our issue anyway, you know? I mean, I shouldn't have to, I shouldn't have to check the internet. I shouldn't have to check the electric to make sure the meter's not burned up. Now, as it was a really old meter from when they built the place. It was substandard. The electric company engineer that came out, he's like, "Yeah, it's a wonder this didn't burn up before because this is crap." And so they put in a much better meter. They also put in larger breakers. I think they were 40 amp breakers, which is funny. Their breakers are like this big, you know. They look like they're about the size of like a snack cake, you know. So their breakers are huge. Where our breakers are usually, like the 40 amp ones are this big, And so it was funny because I was kind of like, "That's the breaker?" And my wife was like, "Yeah, yeah." I was like, "Okay, well, that's interesting because, yeah, that's not what I was expecting." But yeah, so that's what they said. So we also replaced the breakers. I think we went up to 60 amp, and there were two of them, which I thought was funny. But they're in the pole with the electric meter. And so the breakers are in the pole with the electric meter. That's got a brand new electric meter, which we had to pay for. We had to pay for the breakers, which that's the other thing I said to my wife. I said, "Yeah, that doesn't work that way in America." I said, "They pay for all that. So number one, they can charge you for it. And number two, they get a markup." I said, "But number two, they also can make sure that, they get the right level of stuff so that it's not going to, cut out and they're going to lose money because they lost a ton of money. They lost a ton of money. I mean, because in this case, I mean, we had to spend probably, I'm figuring probably about 10,000 pesos, which is roughly 5,000 pesos, $100. So I'm thinking at least $200 worth of electric. And they lost all that. So, so that was the other thing. So we're like, okay, since we don't have a meter, what are we going to be charged? They said, "Oh, you're going to be charged whatever your last bill was, like the minimum." And so our last bill, because we weren't here, was like 400 pesos, which is like $8. And so that's what we're getting charged for our electric for the month of April, which is way below what we estimated. So I was like, okay, well, praise God for that, because that's a huge blessing. But yeah, it was one of those. It was just like only in the Philippines could something like this happen. Really, I was shocked because I was like, really? Because they lost a lot of money, so you would think they'd put something in place to make sure that never happens again. Like, nope. If the meter burns up, we may find out about it in a month when we come to read your meter. But other than that, so yeah, I'm thinking that all I got to do is go out there and short the meter out, and I'll get free electric every month. I just have to keep shorting it out. Now, as it was, I think we spent, I don't know, 2,000 pesos. Like I said, about $50 on the meter. So, so yeah, so that wasn't a big deal. But yeah, it was funny. It was definitely an interesting situation. I was just like, "You gotta be kidding me." All right, form fleet with. Let's go back over here to Kragen. Yep. So I must have got too close. Yeah, I got too close to the asteroid. No big deal. It'll still mine. Yeah, let's stop. Let's go away. Yeah, I think we're stuck. Let's go this way. There we go. There we go. But yeah. So between the electric and the internet, we paid the internet a day early, so it didn't get credited because we paid a day early. Which I'm like, that's ridiculous. So we definitely got to figure a way around that. And then the electric, they were like, and it was like no big deal to them. Like, yeah, we lost a whole bunch of money, but we don't care. I'm like, you know, not to speak ill of the Filipinos, but I'm kind of like, you know, it's no wonder you guys, it's a poor country, because this is idiotic. I said, you really, really should be able to do better than this. This is crazy. Because, yeah. Anytime you have the potential to lose a whole bunch of money, like they did. Now, most Filipinos don't use that kind of electric, but a stupid American here with, you know, with money. Do you like the rattlesnake in Eve? I've never actually flown the rattlesnake. Never actually flown it. I've heard a lot of good things about it. But yeah, I've never actually flown it. So I'm one of those where I really don't discriminate against any ship. I'm pretty much a dilettante. So every ship I think has its merits. So they're all good for something. Well, there's one right there. Screw that. Actually, let's go ahead and approach one more. All right. So I got both of them mining now. I'll send you a fit on Eve of one that you'll blow your mind. Cool, cool, cool. Appreciate it. But yeah, so now we've got a brand new meter. So highly unlikely this one will burn out. So we got to wait, of course, till the end of May to figure out what our electric bill is, which will actually be better because that'll be more of a full month, where the April one was only going to be 20 days. But if it was super huge, then I'd have been like, okay, we're going to have to do something about this air conditioner and not run it 24/7, 365. So, but yeah, I mean, but then the internet, I was just like, because that's what I said to him. I said, it's acting different. It's not like when it cut out the other day, it was completely out. FBI, open up! XD, thanks for the raid, buddy. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Straw Cap, thanks for the follow. You guys are awesome. Appreciate it. Welcome, Raiders. I do have drops on, so if you want to hit F5 or click on my name, it'll show up in the that'll put you on for the drops. Sorry, can't type and talk at the same time. So welcome, Raiders. Appreciate it. Don't have to refresh him. Really excellent. Twitch fixed that. Well, I'll believe it when I see it, XD, to be honest. Twitch fixes a lot of things that never seem to get fixed. But yeah, you still show up as a raider. So I know if it shows with the raider outline, then you're not getting credit for the drops until that, I guess, switches over. So maybe it actually switches over after 20 minutes now. Raiders now count as viewers. Okay, cool. Cool. Well, that's good to know. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Thanks for the raid. Really appreciate that. So welcome, Raiders. We were just talking about some of my fiascos here in the Philippines. We were waiting for our electric bill. We've been here about 20 days, 25 days now. And we were waiting for our electric bill. So rating with 40 lurkers still supports people. That's awesome. Thanks, XD. I appreciate it. Most of my chat was lurking. That's all right. I love lurkers. I love lurkers. They don't ask anything from me. All right, XD. Have a good night. Thanks again. But yeah, so my Philippines fiasco, we were waiting for our electric bill to see what our electric was going to be since we've been running our air conditioner. We got 2 big air conditioners we've been running 24/7 for the last 20 days, and we didn't get our electric bill. So after a couple days, we went and inquired. My in-laws went and inquired to the electric company, and they told us our meter was burned out. And so because of that, even though we were getting electric, they couldn't tell us what our bill was. So they were giving us electric without being able to tell us how much we were using. They told us, hey, you got to buy a new meter. Okay. What do we have to pay you? They said, oh, you just pay us whatever the minimum is. And I'm like, really? That sounds kind of weird. So yeah, time to mine Bitcoin. There you go. There you go. Yeah, it seems like, yeah, the way my luck's going. Yeah, so we saved a bunch of money there. So yeah. And then, of course, I was telling these guys my internet cut yesterday. I don't stream on Sunday, so it wasn't a big deal, but it was strange because it was acting different than the last time it cut. And so my in-laws, I said, did we pay the bill? And they said, yeah, we paid the bill a couple days ago. So my in-laws went and checked with they tried to call. Of course, nobody answers. Here you have to go to the place in order. And ironically, they actually was somebody there on Sunday. But they went to the internet place and they said, oh yeah, your bill was due on May 3rd, which was Saturday. But you paid on May 2nd. So because of that, it didn't get credited. So on May 4th, we shut off your internet because we didn't think you paid. They said, you really got to pay the day it's due, or it might not get credited. And I'm like, are you out of your mind? So, yeah. Oh, yeah. Of course I can't load it. I'm trying to save it. Thanks for the fittings. But, yeah. So yeah, just kind of crazy things that go on here in the Philippines. You got to pay your bills on the day they're due. You have to pay them in person or they may not get credited. You can have your electric meter get burned out and not get charged for electric for the whole month. Who knows when it got burned out? It probably got burned out the first day we were here, for crying out loud. And actually when the guy came to read the meter, probably on the 29th, he noticed it was burned out. He told the company it was burned out. Nobody ever told us. So, which is kind of defeats the purpose. Yeah, wink, wink. Yeah. But I'm like, so that's what I said to her. I'm like, so, and then when she said, yeah, I guess we have to hire somebody to install it ourselves. I said, well, then we could just screw up the installation. I mean, or we can install a substandard meter. She said, oh no, you got to buy the meter from them. I'm like, okay, well, at least there's that. I said, but, who's to say we couldn't screw it up? So she said, well, people wouldn't do that. I'm like, yeah, people wouldn't do that yet. So yeah, so at least the electric company did come and install the meter themselves. They were supposed to come today, which I was really worried about because of my stream. They actually came on Sunday, surprisingly enough. And casual business model for something. Yeah, exactly. Well, and that's the other problem. Is so the electric here is very what we call dirty. In America, there are transformers on every pole to keep the electric from fluctuating. Here, no transformers at all. If you want a transformer, you can buy a transformer yourself and have it installed on your pole. But then the electric company charges you a minimum always because of the transformer. But it does keep your power clean. But what happens is here, all the appliances have what they call an inverter in them. So our refrigerator has an inverter, our coffee maker has an inverter, our rice cooker has an inverter. Because the electric is so dirty So the appliance has to have the inverter in it to keep it from getting burned up. If your TV doesn't have an inverter, it will possibly get burned up by it. So yeah, it's all the yeah, exactly. I have a bunch of surge protectors. And so, but it's weird, that they haven't, like I said, they're about 50 years behind America and when it comes to that kind of thing. And so in America, of course, probably 50 years ago, that's probably how we were. And then it eventually came to the point where, hey, the electric company could install the transformers and charge you for that, add that to the bill. They could do this, and they can make sure. So then they're responsible for making sure the electric's clean, and you got no problems. Because otherwise, in America, you could probably sue the electric company for destroying your appliances because they got, dirty electric. Where here, there is no sue anything. It's funny, they have lawyers, but it really seems like lawyers are pretty worthless because even if someone does break the law or do something, considered unethical, there's no ramifications for you to do anything about it. And so it's kind of like, wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense. So yeah. So that's been an interesting situation. So, but anyway, let's go. So Kragen is here, and Kragen has mined a bunch of crap. So yeah, so let's go ahead and shut these off. Let's dock.
Warp drive active.
But yeah, so I actually bought or brought with me 3 inverters from America for the delicate stuff, the cell phones, that kind of stuff. We didn't bring, other than the computer, which has its the CPU acts as an inverter, or excuse me, the power supply acts as an inverter. So other than the computer, I don't think we brought anything other than the cell phones, and so a couple tablets, and so I bought portable inverters for those. But then when we got here, we actually bought some bigger ones because they're only like 3 outlets ones, and they're kind of worthless. And they also only allow so much throughput through them. So if there's too much throughput through them, the power strip, the inverter shuts off. And so that's been interesting because it's like, seriously? So yeah, so anyway, there's Falstaff. Let me trade to Falstaff and give him what I've got in my cargo. Come on. My mining hold, there we go. Throw that up there. All right, accept. And I'll move over here to Falstaff. And what we'll do is we'll rework this stuff, stack all. Reprocess. Process. Alright, and then let's trade to him. We'll give him this. 500,000. Oop, wait. Nope, I want to give him something else. Let's give him this shit. There we go. Alright, accept. Yes, I know I'm trading this ship. It's fine. Alright, so now let's jump on this ship. Do you think any of the electronic stores in the big city carry UPS devices for PCers? They do. It's weird though. I'll have to show you. My brother-in-law has a UPS, or he brought me one, and they have a portable battery in it. It looks like a lawnmower battery that you put in it, but it's weird. It's bigger than the one I had in America. The one I had in America was like a power strip, but it had a battery in it, so it was heavy. And of course, I didn't bring it because it was too heavy. All of our bags were within like 2 pounds of the limit, and so I didn't bring it because I was way overloaded. So Where was I headed with that? So yeah, so he has two of them here that he's brought me. In fact, here's one. I don't know if you guys can see this, but yeah, it's black, so probably can't. Let me see. Yeah, it's not showing up. There it is. Yeah, so unfortunately, I got the camera set so high that it's going. Yeah, I have to turn off the thing, but yeah, this is what it looks like, and so it's really wide. It's picking up the thing. Yeah, let's see if I can do that. Yeah. So yeah, so it's like huge, much much bigger than the one I had in America. I've got two of these. Now the problem is they take a power cord like the computer takes, which is great. I have tons of extra ones. They're just in a box that I sent that hasn't come yet. Yeah, so like a car battery. And that's what it is. They kind of hook up like a car battery, and that's what you use as your backup. And so it really just runs. I don't know that it actually recharges even. Um, where mine would recharge while there was power, and then I had, I don't know, 10 minutes after the power cut out, so enough for me to be able to shut it down and that kind of stuff. And so yeah, so it's been one of those. So, but yeah, that's the kind they have. They're called backups, APC backups. And so yeah, so it's been a little interesting, but it takes a power cord to plug it in, I guess, to the outlet, and to plug it into the CPU. And I only have one power cord that I brought with my CPU. I didn't bring the extra power cords. I sent them in a box that has not arrived yet. So I'm waiting for those boxes to arrive so that I can then throw them in here. But yeah, it's been very, very interesting. Very interesting. Because everything is just like, really? All right, let's see what we got. Minimize you. 2 reckoning items manufactured. Doesn't matter what they are. Cool beans. So, where's my industry? There it is. All right, so let's deliver. Excellent. All right, claim that one. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw some more in here. So these build super fast. I'm going to try and build a bunch of these because I don't think it's going to ask me to build a filament anymore. But I think I'm going to have to do some more relic sites in order to get some more blueprints, because I am out of blueprints already, which is kind of amazing. All right, so manufacture reckoning items sold. I can do that, I think. Sell. Okay. The current trade skill only allows to issue orders bound to the station you're currently in. Okay, so what trade skill is that? Of course. Don't suppose you can just pop down to the local Curry's PC World to get a new cable. No, I probably, you say that. I probably could. There's actually there's a computer place right out on our main street. And so I probably could. But yeah, I thought about it. I have a bunch of them that are coming in a box, so I thought, what are they going to charge me, especially as an American, for just a power cord? At this point, so it's funny. We've never lost power. Knock on wood. Never lost power. Okay. They cut our power this weekend in order to put in the new meter and the breakers that are on the pole, which I've never seen breakers on the pole, so that's also a new one for me. But anyway, they did that. And so we were without power for, I don't know, hour or so while they did that. And then Later that same day, yesterday, last night, our whole neighborhood lost power for the first time since we've been here. So 25 days, first time. And so I was actually thinking, oh crap, they did something wrong. We don't have power. So then I looked out the window, it was night and the whole neighborhood was dark. So I was like, okay, it's not us, it's the whole neighborhood. And it was only off for maybe 10, 15 minutes. So it was pretty good. So do you need some blueprints? I have a few in my Gilla cargo hold right now. Yeah, I could, or I'll just grab them. It's okay. I got to do the relic sites anyway, so it's no big deal. But I'm trying to figure out, so marketing, that's why you were saying marketing. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Is it marketing or trade? Marketing. Yeah, marketing. You're right. Okay. So let's say view market details. There is one here for 3593. I'm not going to buy that. Let's go to Bitly. Buy this. That's why you were saying marketing. Yeah. Sorry. I was trying to figure out why you were saying marketing, but it makes perfect sense. So yeah. So anyway, let me cancel this. Let me undock. Let me go to the other one. I am not. I am not. Well, let me rephrase that. I'm in Galente space at the moment. So yeah. So I don't know how far I am from Amar, but all right. So let's go here and I'll sell this so that I can get past that one. And then I'll run and pick up that skill because it won't take too long. You'll need L2 for 8 jump range. Okay. Yeah, in this case, I just wanted to do it from the same system. I just couldn't. I can only do it from the station. So, yeah. So. And that's no problem. L2 is probably only take an hour or so. But. Or was it 0? Screen went fuzzy. Halfway probably from Jita to Amar, yeah. Yeah, so I'm 38 jumps from Amar. So yeah, I'm not that close. I'm closer to Jita. I think I'm only like 13 jumps from Jita, maybe. 13, 15, something like that. All right, so I'll sell this one. And then buy this one. Which just seems like a huge opening. All right, so then 2 items manufactured. So those are in the queue. So I'll let those go. All right, and then let's go pick up this, skill. We'll get that. Yeah, I haven't trained any of these other guys up on this stuff because I sell everything with Falstaff. But it's kind of nice because these events are causing me to have to think those things through. So, and there's really no reason not to be honest.
Warp drive active.
But yeah, it was like I said, it was an interesting weekend because between the okay, what happened there? There we go. Between the electric, which like I said, thank God they came yesterday and they didn't come today. I was thinking I was going to have to cancel the stream today because I had no idea how long we would be without power. So they came, they shut the power off, and then they said, okay, we don't have the meter. We got to go pick up the meter. You've already paid for the meter, but we don't have it. We have to go pick it up. And I'm like, okay, why would you shut the power off before you have the meter? And they were like, well, we wanted to check it out and see what's going on and, make sure you had got an electrician to check the wiring out, which we had. And so then they left, but they had actually turned the power back on, which I was thankful for because I was thinking, yeah, at this point they could just leave the power off. And I thought they had to drive to Lipa, which is 2 hours away. But they were back in like a half an hour, 45 minutes. And then my brother-in-law had to run and get the circuits, the breakers. And so, but yeah, we were probably without power about an hour. But it was funny. It was super humid yesterday. Super humid. Like I said, it thunderstormed really bad last night. And so I was sitting in the bedroom where the air conditioner was. The air conditioner had been running full blast until the power went out. Well, in 45 minutes, I was drenched and just dripping with sweat because it did not take long for it to overcome the coolness in that room very quickly. And so yeah, when they actually turned the electric back on, I was like, oh, thank God, you know. So yeah, I know I'll survive. I probably could stand to lose a few pounds, so maybe sweating it off wouldn't be so bad. But yeah, it was one of those where I was like, okay, hopefully they're gonna get this fixed here in a minute, because
Warp drive active.
I don't want to drown in my own sweat. So, but we also did a bunch of landscaping this weekend. So my brother-in-law and sister-in-law came over, and we're trying to plant grass in the front. And so in America, you do it with sod. They don't do it that way here. So they actually bought crabgrass, little tufts of crabgrass and dirt, which was super cheap. And I think less than $100 for all this crabgrass and all these bags of dirt. And so they put dirt down in our front yard, and then they put the little tufts of crabgrass in it like a puzzle, you know? And then put more dirt over top to and then watered it, and then of course it poured down rain last night. And now it looks really great, but it's crabgrass, you know? In America, we try to kill the crabgrass. Here, they're using the crabgrass because it's actually, you know, a good thing, so. But yeah, it's been interesting. So JKT, what's up, buddy? So yeah. But they also bought a bunch of flowers. My wife was really wanting a lot of flowers. So the front yard, like I said, once it fills out, will look great. And it'll be a good spot for my dog to be able to go to the bathroom. Because we have to take her. There's an island on our street. One of these days I'm going to do a video of the place and put it out on Discord. And there's an island on our street. So we've got an incoming street and an outgoing street with an island in between. For our, you know, in our development, I think each street has the island. And so that's where I take her to go to the bathroom now. But it's like, I want to say barren is kind of what I would call it. There's no grass. There's a few sticky bushes, which not really bushes. They don't have leaves. But that's where she goes now. It's mostly just dust. And it works because she goes, but we were hoping to get her some grass because that's what she's used to. And so yeah, so it's been interesting because she saw it and she was super excited by it, but of course it's soaking wet, so she doesn't want to get her paws wet. So, and it's still soaking wet since it poured down rain last night. But yeah, it's been funny.
Drive active.
But yeah, between the electric, the internet, because that's the first thing I said was, hey, did we pay the bill? Today we've got a guy coming, so our upstairs bathroom, it seems the floor is leaking. And it's leaking into our downstairs bathroom, which is getting in the ceiling, which is causing problems with the electric, which is a whole big nightmare. Of course, it's a structural thing, so the landlord's responsible for it. And actually, the landlord was responsible for the electric as well. So we paid for the meter, and then they pay and the breakers, and then they paid us back. And so, but yeah, it was so that supposedly there's a guy coming today that's going to pull the tiles up in the upstairs bathroom and do that. So you may hear some of that if they show up. I haven't heard them yet, so. But I figured that would be okay to work through because they're just going to be doing it by hand. They're not going to do anything. They don't use any power tools here. And so, but of course the upstairs bathroom is the one we prefer to use, and it's leaking into the downstairs bathroom. And so yeah, so it's just been one thing after another with this place. So once we're done, it'll look really good and it'll be in good shape. But yeah, it does seem like they do a cookie cutter approach here. And so when they build these houses, they build them and then they sell them afterwards. And so you really don't know how well they were built. They're building for speed, they're trying to get things taken care of. And so, yeah, so you end up getting a pretty crappy product. And so that's why everybody had told us, since we're building our house, that you need to be here when you're building so that you can see the structure, so that you can see what's happening, so you can make sure they're doing what you want them to do. And, there's really no regulations here. But at least, like, from this perspective, obviously the tiles weren't put in or weren't sealed correctly. So now we've got leak that's causing us some issues. So that's been interesting. So, but anyway, where do we want to go? Let's see. Are the reckoning items done? Industry, probably not. Jobs, 1 minute. No, yeah, less than a minute. All right, cool. So let's dock here, because I think this is where my mining ship is. And actually, that's where Falstaff is too. So, speaking of Falstaff, what's he doing? What's he doing? So he's actually, I never actually completed the whole thing. I am 5 points away from completing the whole thing. Yeah, so 2 reckoning items manufactured, so let's go ahead and do that. But I think he's got some left, maybe. Industry. Yeah. Actually, I don't have any. Yeah, so these are going to take a while.
Docking request accepted.
Alright. So they're going to take over an hour. That's okay. I'll have him mine with us. So you say shipped your puzzles to you. See, I'm the exact opposite. When it comes to fitting, that is the only thing I do not enjoy in EVE Online. I hate fitting. There were too many options. Too many. And I know whichever one I select is not going to be the best one. Never. Never going to happen. And so it's very frustrating because it's like, it would be nice if... Hey, I thought I added it to the queue. I did add it to the queue. Oh, it requires trade too. Okay, well that's why it wouldn't work. Well, that's fine. We can fix that. Let's do this. We got lots of points. Fly. Okay. Apply. Okay.
Skill training completed.
Fly.
Skill
Fly.
training completed. Skill
Fly.
training completed.
All right.
Skill training completed.
Apply.
Skill training completed.
Apply. All right.
Skill training completed.
Fly. All right. There we go. 1 day, 5 hours. Okay. So now we cleaned up all our points. So there's a lot of good stuff in community fits in game. Yeah, it makes me warm and fuzzy inside seeing people training trade skills, except Trade 5. Biggest scam in EVE. Yeah, I didn't want to go to Trade 5 because that is a big scam. But I figured at least this way I won't have to worry about it anymore. So let's go here. Industry. Yeah, so I can deliver. Alright, and then claim my reward. And then I probably need to sell another one. Or do I need to mine again? Nope, mine again. All right, so let's go mine. And what we'll do is we'll go ahead and we'll mine with Falstaff. So trade gives you 4 more orders, but you can trade retail once you get trade 5, which gives you 8 order slots. Yeah. Yeah, and I don't ever do orders, so. All right, so did I get? Oh no, I gotta earn 50. Okay. So yeah, I'll have to do that with him. Let's go mine right now. So it gets a bunch of stuff. What melts my brain is keeping up with PI. Yeah, PI can be difficult. I enjoy PI. I haven't done a whole lot of it lately, but I do enjoy PI. I do it primarily because I need it for building. So for my industry stuff, battleship, actually a whole bunch of ships now need PI components. And so yeah, so that makes a huge difference. And so that's why I do it. But yeah, I haven't kept up with it a lot. I have not used any of the templates. Everybody said the templates are really nice. I just do it myself. But I do hate reworking it. So it's free is for very little maintained effort. Yep. And that's it. I mean, you could sell it and still make a good chunk of change for a little effort. Yep. Especially with the templates now, because you can use a template to just set up things, so you really don't have to maintain anything. So, all right, let's do this. Here. Alright. Now I'll have both of these guys mine, and we'll mine until Falstaff is full. Which will be not very long. Oop, we got rats. So we'll actually get some salvage too. I'll let him get a little closer. Looks like one of my drones got hurt, which sucks. There we go. Getting my PI loop between 5 plants was just a pain. Now that it's set up, it's not so bad. Yeah, and eventually what will happen is the resources will get deplenished where they're at, and so you'll need to set it up again or move it. But yeah, and that's kind of a pain. But yeah, the templates, like I said, I haven't used them, but I've been told the templates are really nice. And so that's something, I guess, to at least look at, because that might be something that would work. So all right, so let's go ahead and salvage these guys. Actually, you should be able to loot them. Excellent. We got them looted. Already got them salvaged since I let them come near. Yep, support eveonline, community fittings. Thanks for that, Dark Slider. Oop. TRMBRM, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. But yeah, so it was definitely an interesting weekend. So now we've got a new electric meter. I've found out that I can't pay my internet early. I guess I can't pay any of my bills early because there's a possibility that it won't get credited, which just floors the hell out of me. So, and then And then, like I said, the guy's supposed to come today to pull up the tiles and fix whatever's going wrong in our upstairs bathroom. So hopefully that'll get straightened out. But yeah, it's been one thing after another. We did, like I said, we did the landscaping. So like I'll probably get a picture of that for you guys and throw it out on Discord. So I have all the planets saved in a template so I can drop the setup wherever I need to chase a resource on it. There you go. There you go. Sure thing. I know at one point they were actually doing a thing with e-partners asking them to submit new fits to be considered. Yep, that's a good one. So, hey, you want to come in? Say hello? Nope, just Abigail? All right. Come here, Abigail. Come here, babies. What are you doing? Come here. Come here. Come here. Everybody wants to see you. Please climb in the worst possible thing. So, on another note, I switched back to the plastic chair because the throne is just too hard for my rear end. And so I put two of the pads on it, and it was still too hard. I sat on it for several hours this weekend playing some games, and yeah, I finally just decided, you know what? It's a beautiful chair, not comfortable at all. So what, you say hi to everybody? You say hi? They're saying hi to you. Yeah, they're saying hi to you. Yes, they're saying hi to you. Yes, they're saying hi to you. Yes. You Days girl. You Days girl. Yes, yes, yes. All right, I'm going to put you down. Because I can't fly while I'm holding you. Nope, I can't fly while I'm holding you. But yeah, she's super excited. Yeah, so I don't know, because I think it's going to be too hard for her as well. So, but yeah, maybe. It's high enough that you guys could probably see her on stream if I put her on that. So yeah, it's but yeah, I finally switched back to the plastic chair because I was like, yeah, that's too hard. I was thinking, I can make it until my gaming chair shows up, and then I was like, after this weekend sitting on it for several hours, I was like, nope, I can't make it. So sorry ads are on, but I think you guys are all subscribed, so yeah, so we'll sit here and we'll mine until Falstaff runs out of room. This will get him some more points. Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right. And it's big enough, I think, for her to lay down on. It's a pretty big chair. Heavy the rear that ditches the throne. Yeah, yeah. I feel bad because the wife had it special made for me and was super cheap. She paid $80 for it, I think. $60 for it. I think $60 for it. So yeah, so from that perspective, but it was one of those. It's like, yeah. All right, 2 reckoning items manufactured. I think I do have 2. Excellent. All right, we're moving like Flynn. But yeah, I'm gonna have to do some more relic sites because I'm not getting any relic items sold. So since now I've trained all that up, I should be able to sell this one. Let's say sell. Sell. Okay. Market. Come on. Buy. Alright, takes care of that. Like taking candy from a baby. Alright, yeah, manufacture 2 more. Alright. So yeah, so I don't... that's not true. I think I do have industry. I'm sure I have filaments, but they take longer. Yeah. All right, cool. So yeah, so we've got those all queued up. So heavy the rear that ditches the throne. I like that one, JKT. I'm gonna use that. Yeah. Oh my goodness. I was playing Star Sector which is another one I think I'm going to start streaming here from time to time. And oh my goodness, just sitting on it for hours in end was like, oh. So yeah, so I was like, okay, this is going to have to go. So they got the plastic chair back out. It's uncomfortable, but it's not that uncomfortable. So, and like I said, I'm hopeful that my chair. My wife says that we've actually had a box that arrived in a month and a half. No, I don't remember that, but I'm hopeful that my the shipment that we sent end of March with my gaming chair in it will be one of those. So, because that would be super helpful. And so, because yeah, that'd be good to get that. Once I get that, then I'm pretty much in like Flynn. So, also my green screen is with it, which will solve some of the problems here with this other stuff. So, all right. So Falstaff has run out of space. So I'm going to shut him off. I'm going to dock him up. Dock. Wonder if I have any more blueprints over here. Oh, you guys aren't seeing this. Sorry. I don't think so. Nope. Looks like I took them all. Yeah, it looks like I took them all. All right. So we'll let Kragen, we'll let him mine for a little bit. Actually, no. Let's go ahead and stop him. Where's he at? 12. Yeah. So let's dock here.
Warp drive active.
And we'll work out, we'll reprocess. I'm not training his reprocessing skills because that took forever. But we'll reprocess with Falstaff. And then bring that stuff over there so I have stuff to do. And I have a bunch of filament.
Docking permission requested.
Filament blueprints. But unfortunately they take forever, so come on.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Heavy the rear that ditches the throne. I love it. I love it. That's awesome. All right, let's trade. Let's give him this. Voila. What else do we have in here? Yeah, that's fine. All right. Accept. Switch over to Falstaff. Accept. Falstaff, take his out of here. Stack it all up. Make a little love. Get down tonight. All right. And then we will gift this to him. All right. Trade. Accept. Actually, you know what? Let's just give them all this too. We're not going to sell those anymore. We're not going to sell those anymore. All right. And then ship hanger. Let's switch to this guy. Let's carry this. Alright, undock. Undock. So yeah, I'll take them over to the build one and gift them all the blueprints. At least that way they have that.
Warp drive active.
And then we'll head back to Eufine, and I'll give him the scanning ship so he can try and scan down some relic sites. So hopefully everybody's piddling out, and we're getting there. So yeah, how many days do we have left? 13 days left. So. Oh, excuse me. 11 days left. I've collected 13 prizes. I really need to log in on the days I don't stream. I don't know why I don't. Because it would definitely make a huge difference. But I never do. Stack. Alright. And then all staff should be here. Yep. So let's do trade. Oop. Trade. Yeah, he doesn't really have much left. There. There. Stack up. Alright, cool. Accept. Accept. Stack all. So yeah, so now we got some more. So that's, oops, wrong one. So let's go industry and we'll add one more. There we go. So yeah, so I got an hour. Buy me some time, we'll go do something. So anyway, let's, showing that I got something there. Okay, cool. Let's go to Eufine.
Warp drive active.
And we'll take him to Eufine as well. Unfortunately, I know that Kragen doesn't have the skills to run the scanning ship the way I run it. So that's going to be... I'll have to figure that out. Probably take the data one off. Yeah, probably take the data one off. That'll work. So yeah, we're making some good progress. Oh, I brought the wrong ship. You doofus. You doofus. I need to get my mining ship. And of course I don't have an afterburner on here, so actually the astrometric rain finding is probably going to help. Honestly, I think it's the CPU that's that I'm low on, so I gotta figure out what boosts my CPU. Come on, come on. Didn't notice what ship I was flying. Alright, so let's dock here. Switch back to the mining ship.
Warp drive active.
It's weird. Why is that not refreshed? There we go.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Alright, so now I'll switch back to my mining ship. Take it over to there. Oop. This. I can't wait to be able to buy one of these. Deathglow Remnant. Oh, Avalanche Freighter. Yeah. Yeah. $2.3 billion. I probably need to see about building one. All right, let's go. All right. Abigail's laying in her bed, so she finally settled down. Mom dropped her off in here, which is never a good idea. But I bet you it's because the workers have arrived, so that's my guess.
Drive active.
So we'll see. Approaching the 1.5 hour mark, so kind of flew by. I didn't think it was that long, and no drops. Knock on wood. Got to be careful knocking on the table as Abigail will start barking. She thinks somebody's knocking. God bless her. But yeah, knock on wood. No drops. We only had one drop on Thursday night, Friday morning, or right at the very end of the stream, where it kind of fiddled out. So I lowered it a little bit more. And so hopefully that's working out. Hopefully the video is still good. I'm anxious to get my green screen because this software green screen is really bad. I'm curious though if the room's wide enough for my green screen. It may not be, which will be interesting. I don't know what happens then. We'll have to figure that out. But
Warp drive active.
let's see, do we got any signatures here? We do not. Of course not. Why would we have signatures in our home system? That would make sense. Heavy the rear that ditches the throne. I love that. I love that. Thanks for that, JKT. You made my whole day. Yeah, I have no butt. And it's been a problem for a long while. And ironically, my gaming chair, I can sit in that gaming chair for 8 to 10 hours with no problems. My knees eventually will start to give me problems. And I'll have to get up and walk around for a couple minutes and then sit back down. But I've got no problems with my rear, which is what I have with every other chair in the world. That gaming chair was the best thing. My wife gave it to me as a gift, and that was the best gift I have ever received.
Docking request accepted.
Would definitely recommend it. But unfortunately, yeah, to send it here, I think I told you guys when I sent it, I actually damaged it. So the hydraulic lift on it got damaged. The clip at the bottom got busted. And so I actually had somebody send me a new clip, which was good. And I bought a new clip, but I also bought a new hydraulic lift because I thought I had completely damaged it. But it seems like once I put the clip back on, it's good. But I have the two lifts here, the new lift and the old lift. I just got to wait for the chair so I can put it back together and see how it works. But yeah, I'm pretty excited about that. So, all right. So let's see. We've got Falstaff here. So let's trade with Falstaff. I don't think Falstaff has any things here. So there's Tyrannite here. Let's put that in the mining hole. Will it fit? It will not fit. Yeah, we need to figure that out. Alright, we'll figure that out. But yeah, we've got Tyrannite here, so let's go over to Falstaff. Falstaff has got a bunch of stuff. Bunch of crap. Data Analyzer 1. Alright, so let's do this. Let's just give him the ship. And then we'll figure it out from there. Except, yes, I know I'm getting a ship. It's okay. So board this guy. Now, I need to do this because it is going to disable something. So, of course, it disabled the probe launcher, which is idiotic. Why would you disable the probe launcher? Honestly, let's put this offline, see if that works. There you go. That way I keep all these. The damage control. If I get fired on, damage control is not going to make a whole hell of a lot of difference. Yes, it's okay. But the big question is, why do I have less CPU? Actually, it's got to be, what is it? No, it's got to be power grid. Online. Nope, 30 CPU units, but only 18 are available. So it is CPU. So how do I raise the CPU? Good morning, Nunu. How's it going? How do I raise the CPU? So let's say show info. Skills. Galente Frigate 5. Covert Ops is at level 4. Oof, 115 days. Yow. I bet you I've got Covert Ops at level 5. Space Command is 5. CPU Management is 5. Power Grid Management is 5. So what comes after CPU Management? Let's go here. Science? No. Engineering? CPU management. There you go. Where's it? Thermodynamics? Nope. Nope. I bet you it's going to be at level 5. Covert Ops 5. So it says it's only 22 days. Why would it say 100? That's 48 days. Why is that up there? It should be way down here. There you go. All right. So yeah, good to see you, Nunu. How was your weekend? Cloaking. Direction. So cloaking, what does that do? 10% reduction in targeting delay after uncloaking. Sensor linking, signal dispersion, target painting, weapon disruption. Nope, nope, nope. Science is all the science skills. Nope, nope, nope. Navigation, afterburner, high-speed maneuvering. 5% reduction in micro warp drive capacitor usage. It's not. Fuel conservation. Capacitor usage. I don't need capacitor usage. So rainy weekend here in Italy, but hoping it's better this week. Yeah, we had a big old thunderstorm yesterday, which was actually kind of nice. First time it's really rained since we got here. It rained during the day, thundered a lot, lightninged a lot, and then it was just kind of a light rain. And then last night, very little thunder, but a huge downpour. Sound like somebody was tap dancing on the roof. And but yeah, so it was kind of interesting. So that was a new one. So subsystem structure management, don't need that. Spaceship command. Yeah, shield sequencing, social. Nope, nope, nope. All right. So what happened there? Why did it do? Oh, because I was doing fitting. Okay, so we got that. All right. So we took the damage control off, so that works. All right. So let's actually switch over here, and let's get. Falstaff. So we're gonna do. We didn't do our dailies yet, so let's finish off the dailies before we forget. I've got a bowhead and a Charon already, and a squall for PI. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, I don't have any of those. I really probably need to get one. So. All right. So Billy is where my distribution agent is, so let's go get him.
Active.
We'll do this quick mission, get our dailies done, and then that should put us back on track with the other. So. But yeah, hopefully these guys get the bathroom fixed today. I think they said today and possibly tomorrow. I mean, it's not a very big bathroom, and they're only pulling up the tiles in the shower. So I think the bottom of the shower. So it probably shouldn't be a big deal, but you know how that goes. Agents, finder. I don't remember which one he's in. Doc.
Warp drive active.
So yeah. But that'll be good. Be good to see how that works out. And then what else? Yeah. Honestly, I think a lot of things are coming to an end
Docking permission requested.
with this place once we get these last couple things fixed.
Docking
got-
request
We've got a lot of electrical outlets that are problematic. So because our air conditioners run 24/7, they drain 24/7 because they're pulling the humidity out of the air and draining it out. And though they run down the roof, well, it seems the roof has a leak. And that leak goes into the ceiling of the porch, which has a light on it, which has shorted out. And so that's another one that they're going to have to look into fixing or figuring out a way to redirect the water. As it is, I think it wouldn't matter, because if it rained, the water's going to get in there. So they kind of need to handle it one way or the other. So, but but yeah, a lot of little things. There was someone who lived here prior to us, and I'm kind of surprised that they didn't have more issues or report more issues, but I guess they just never reported anything. So with that said, we're cleaning it all up, and the landlord has been fantastic. They're taking care of everything. It's the Philippines, so they're not in any super hurry to take care of anything, but it is working out. But yeah, we have a family member. So that's a whole nother controversy. But we have a family member that is arriving tomorrow from one of the other provinces, and she's not just coming by herself. She's bringing 9 other people to visit us, which has caused some controversy in the family because she has never visited anyone else in the family. She's only visiting us with these 9 people. So 10 people that we have to feed and put up and everything else. So that should be interesting. But I'm always great about seeing family, so that's not a big deal. It'll be great for my wife to see them. But it has caused some controversy with the rest of the family. I guess this member has never visited the other family members. So yeah. So that's always funny. So yeah, it's like, okay. But yeah, what are you gonna do? So. But yeah, we were kind of shocked. We thought she was coming by herself, maybe bringing one other person. She called yesterday and said, nope, I'm bringing 10 people. There'll be 10 of us. And I'm like, holy cow. So of course, everything we had planned to provide for lunch went out the window, because now we got to provide a whole lot more. Lunch and dinner and breakfast the following day. I think they're only staying one day. But they're going to see us, and they're going to see our land, and they're going to see my brother-in-law's place. And so yeah, so they're going to kind of do multiple things with the whole day they're here. So that's good. But yeah, it did cause some controversy because I guess they've never visited any of the other family members. Just decided to visit us since we're here. So, but what are you going to do? So, it is what it is. So. But what else? Got a new electric meter. Can't realize now, I was talking earlier, for those of you that joined, I can't pay my bills here except on the day they're due. If I pay them early, they don't get credited, and they still shut off my service. So they shut off my internet on Sunday because the bill was due Saturday, and we paid it on Friday, and it didn't get credited until we went on Sunday and said, hey, what the heck? And they said, oh, well, yeah, you got to pay it on the day it's due or it doesn't get credited. So is that an impel? You have any of the new skins for it? I heard there were new skins out. So no, first of all, it is a prorator, and I do not have any skins for it. It is the blockade runner version of the impel. Or actually, no, it's the tier 2 of the sigil. So, but SargonofAmerish, good to see you. Thanks for being here. But yeah, it's a prorator. So yeah, I was thinking that. I have a couple viewers that actually make skins, and I think they're working on one for it. Problem is, the skins are so expensive. So even when somebody else makes them, they're still expensive. So I got a skin for my Hulk for our mining events, and yeah, it was kind of ridiculous. So
active.
the CCP's kind of dipping at both ends on that one. They're charging you to make them, and then they're charging people to buy them. So they're kind of getting it on both ends. But that's CCP. That's what they're notorious for. So, where I think the people making them shouldn't have to charge, shouldn't get charged. They should be able to make them
Permission requested. Docking
without the
request
charge,
accepted.
since they're spending their time, and then they sell them to get what they deserve. But yeah, it's not quite working out that way, because I saw what they had to pay. Some of them had to pay just to make the skin. It was kind of ridiculous. So, but I know a lot of people are enjoying it. Come on, start conversation. There you go. I don't know why, for some reason, I have to keep clicking twice on everything. So. All right, so that takes care of that. Let's get back to you, Fiend. Set. And that takes care of my Omega daily. So, up, boom, baba, bing. Doc. But yeah, I have been looking for a skin for it. Like I said, I am horribly, horribly, horribly cheap. So, especially when you get to capitals and realize it can be 250 plex to make it. Yeah. And then 250 plex if you want to. Yeah, it's ridiculous. I can't believe what they're charging everybody for these, because it's like
Warp drive active.
like I said, I understand the charge for the people that are buying it and want to display it. I think that's great. That makes sense. But charging people to also make them, that's wrong. That's just wrong. They're the ones putting the time in and the effort. They've already got to buy the material. So not only do they charge them for it, but then they have to buy all the colors and all the textures and all that stuff. I mean, it's outrageous. So, but once again, they're getting a tax on all that. So of course they're going to charge. They charge for everything. So that's just their way. So, but yeah, and they have to buy the skill. Got to buy the skill books, which they're not cheap, right? And so it's just one thing after another. And don't get me wrong, CCP's been that way the whole 23 years I've been playing the game. So I make all my own skins, and yeah, they are expensive, but also now I can make all matte black skins for my PvP ships so people can't see what guns I have equipped. So that's nice. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, that's nice. I like that. Now see, now that kind of makes sense. But even then, you're the one putting in the effort. You got to buy that matte black. You got to buy those colors. You got to buy those textures. They shouldn't charge you to make the skin. I mean, that's crazy. So I made every one of my ships, literally every ship, bright pink. Probably because that was the cheapest color out there, right? Nobody wanted it. So yeah, I understand the matte black. That kind of makes sense. There's a reason for that, especially on a PvP ship. But the pink, I don't know. Of course, I'm a bright yellow guy, so I could understand that. But I'm a trillionaire, so I don't mind. Yeah, but see, that's the problem. There was a thing in America. So I'm originally from America. I now live in the Philippines. I'm retired in the Philippines, to give you some backstory. And in case you didn't know, sorry. If you did know, I apologize for repeating myself. But yeah, my wife and I retired just recently in the last month and moved to the Philippines. So, but in America, there's a saying that the millionaires that are self-made millionaires, they didn't become millionaires by wasting money. They drive a Buick. They live in an affordable house. They work for a living. They became the ones that became millionaires. You can always tell the ones that inherited their millions because they spend it like it's not theirs. And so, posted an in-game channel if anyone wants to laugh at my expense. Are distro missions worth a lot? I never really bothered with those. Not so much. The main reason I do them is because I can do the dailies with them. And so And the dailies work out because what I do is I can fleet up, and so I have a level 4 distro agent. He gives me over 1,000 points, and I think you only need what? 50 LP for any corporation, so I can fleet up 10 people and split it across them. I think 10's the max. So I only do one other, but that way I can get my all the points they need with one mission, and so it works out pretty good. You can do the same thing with a with a with a combat mission or a mining mission or any of the others. It all works the same, but the distro missions are usually the fastest, and so from that perspective, that's usually why I do it. I'm going to switch back over to my alt here, since that's why we did it. And he should be done. Yep. So let me claim all his stuff. And honestly, we might be lucky, because his stuff might be done too. Let's say, come on, industry, jobs. Nope, still got an hour. Really? 39 minutes. Yeah, that sucks. All right. So yeah, so he's still got an hour. So we're gonna go out here and do some scanning now. But yeah, so trying to see if maybe Prorater might be useful as a daily hauler. How much can you carry outfitted like that? So that one, let me switch you back. That one, I have 12,669. And I have it outfitted with cargo expanders, tier 2 cargo expanders. Pretty much, I also think I have the cargo optimization rigs. I use it primarily because I can cloak with it. I got my micro warp drive. This is truly a blockade runner. So I move with this thing. I move everything with this thing. But mostly I move the stuff that where I'm afraid I'm going to run into gankers. So from here in Ufine back to my home system in Venelin, I have to go through Civila and Udima. And so yeah, those two are usually gank ones. So yeah, I thought about getting the ore expanders. Yep. But yeah, the crane will work as well. Yeah, any of them will work. But I like it because I can put this covert ops on here and micro warp drive, and I build these myself, so they're easy for me to replace. So, but yeah, this gives me 12,000. 12,669 is what I got with my skills. And I think I've got these skills maxed out. So, but yeah, it's one of the first ones I did. So Team Prowler, there you go. Yeah, there you go. But yeah. All right, so we've got Kragen out here. I don't think there were any signatures in this system. There were not. So no signatures here. Let's go to the agency and go to exploration and see where our signatures are. All right, a Matins has got 3. Let's jump to a Matins.
Warp drive active.
Oh. Yeah, the plastic interdiction nullifier is a good thing to have too for bubbles. Yeah, I thought about that. And I think I had one on there at one point. I don't remember what happened. I think I probably lost the one that I had it on, and I just haven't replaced it. So I watch the site for gankers pretty regularly, and it hasn't let me down. I think I've only got ganked once while watching the site, and that was literally I arrived and they had just set up shop. And so, but I've never, knock on wood, like I said, stop. Abigail starts barking if I knock. Hey, enough. It was me. But knock on wood, I have never been ganked in this ship. I have lost a Prorater on several occasions, but not from gankers. I have ran, or I should say in the other ship, because this is a Helios, but I have ran several blockades with it, including bubbles, and all been successful. I've lost it in kind of more stupid situations. So, stranger danger. Yeah, yeah. She heard the knocking and she's like, "Hey, somebody's at the door. You need to get that." No, there's nobody at the door. But she is always very helpful. She is such a sweet dog. So, but yeah, let's see about scanning some of these down and see if maybe we get lucky and find some relic sites for the reckoning relic sites. Because that would be helpful. I need some more blueprints. Plus it'll give me points, which is always good. So yeah. She hears anytime I knock on the table, she thinks, oh, somebody's here. Which there probably is somebody here. That's why she brought her up here and put her with me. But that wasn't the point. And I gotta remember that anytime I decide to make a point with knock on wood. But yeah, for most practical purposes, my prorator works really well. I love it. It's my favorite ship, and so, but it does. I am getting to a point where I'm always trying to haul more than it can carry, and that is frustrating because, um, uh, I'm gonna have to upgrade to something else here eventually. So, problem is, whatever I upgrade to is not gonna be able to cloak. And I really like that feature. I have to use that feature on quite a few occasions when I'm running stuff back and forth from Venolin, or from Venolin to here, or from here to Venolin. So Venolin is my actual home system. Now, I haven't been in it for several weeks, so I don't know that I can call it home anymore. I probably need to start telling everybody Eufine is my home, but yeah, it's what I call home. Mattins only has 2 signatures. Duracell has 2 signatures. Alright, so let's go to Duracell. Jump, 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 jump.
Warp drive active.
But yeah. But I always find that I'm needing more space than it has, so, which is frustrating. Alright. Only one now. It said it had 2, which is why I jumped here. Which is why I jumped here. But it doesn't have 2. It only has 1. So yeah, never a dull moment. There's only 3 people here, so, but somebody's probably working. I was real lucky with Falstaff, and I found a lot of relic sites, a lot of reckoning relic sites, and they worked out really well. I'm not sure I'm gonna get that lucky with Kragen, so, but we'll see. On the other events, I actually waited till about the end of the event for the last week, and then everybody was done, so I was able to pick up all the scrap. This one I didn't wait that long, and like I said, I got pretty lucky, but I didn't have hardly any competition with Falstaff. I was able to get through his stuff and acquire enough blueprints to actually take care of him and Kragen for a good chunk of the event. Now I'm having to replenish those, and that's where I'm at. And so yeah, I may end up having to do some combat sites because I think they're more prevalent. But even then, I haven't seen a whole lot of those. I think most people are probably doing the combat sites, to be honest. I've seen a couple combat sites, but not as many as I would expect. And so she's laying back down on her bed. Data site. Now, data sites are always good. I enjoyed a good data site. The problem is, Kragen is not my data scanner. Kragen does not have the same skills as my other guys, so makes it a little harder. But we'll see what level it is, and maybe we'll go for it. Level 3. 3. People keep doing them because of the skins and boxes. Yep. Yeah. There are a lot of nice rewards, so you can't go wrong. So all right, I'm gonna try this level 3.
Drive active.
But I'm not sure Kragen's up to it, so we'll see. Maybe somebody will already be there. And then I won't have to worry about it. Ooh, that is a bright pink. Wow. That is a bright pink. Yeah, nobody's here. All right, well, then I'll try. Because it doesn't hurt to try, right? Doesn't hurt to try. Level 3, I don't think it generates any attackers. The big question is, can I use the data analyzer too? Yep, cool. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to. All right, cool. Approach. Don't go away. Don't bounce off. Approach. There you go. All right. I'll take that. These level 3s can always use some help. Always use some help. Ooh, even better. That was almost too easy. Shattered billiard wheel. Oh, I like that. All right, let's lock you. Approach. Unlock. Jerry Can. No worries, Jerry Can. BG3, I completely understand. I'm honestly thinking about buying it, even at full price, which is definitely not my way. You guys have convinced me that it's definitely worth it. So I love seeing your characters. Ooh, that's cool. Didn't expect that. Whoa! Who's attacking me? Oh, the Serpentis came. How did I see him? Well, crap. that sucks. Alright, let's mark this. Save. Submit. Well, that sucks. I heard the alarm. Yeah, that's the problem. These things are paper thin. Yeah, you can't get all those cans in cover site. Yeah. All right, so let's do this. I saved the location, so let's jump to Battens.
Warp drive active.
You have to like 2 minutes from getting on grid before they show up. So yeah. So what level is that they show up? This was a level 3. Is that the first level where they show up? I build the Helios, so I'm not too worried about it. I build everything, so the covert ops cloak, all of it. But I'll come back out here and do it. So no, always level 3. Okay. So yeah, so that's what I'll have to be careful of next time. I was wondering. I thought it was level 4. That's why I thought I was okay. They took off after they blew me up, but I didn't think I was there 2 minutes. I guess maybe I was. Alright, back to you, Fiend.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Helios is not really a defensive ship. So once they start attacking, you're pretty much dead. But I think that's the second time I lost to one of those, so I thought it was a level 4 the last time as I didn't check it, and I panicked and I jumped out before I saved my ship. So I'm gonna go in there and get my ship back, or at least
Warp drive active.
try to get it back. Hopefully nobody shows up before I do, but maybe I'll get the cloak, maybe I'll get some other stuff. There are 4 cans with the same name and 1 odd name. The odd name usually has the best loot. Okay, I'll have to think about it. The best thing to do with covert sites is only hack the odd name can and leave. Okay. So so the level 3s are the cover sites?
Requested. Docking request accepted.
Yeah, because I'll have to remember that next time. Alright, so let's borrow. I'm going to borrow all staff's prorator. Trade. Ship. Oops, I got to change ships. Come on. Yes, I know I'm trading a ship. At least in high sec. Yeah, only level 3 can be a cover site. Okay, cool. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah. I heard the alarm and I'm like, nobody's attacking me. I'm like, and I was already through the armor at that point. So, like, yeah, I'm not even going to try and get away. Not worth it. Alright, so let's jump to a Matins.
Warp drive active.
Oop, coffee's gone. Coffee's gone. Man, only at the 2-hour mark. That's not good. Still got another 2 hours. But your mommy sneezing. But your mommy sneezing. I don't know if you guys heard the sneeze or not. Alright. It is Jean Surratt. John Surratt. I think that's it.
Warp drive active.
I saved it, so once I find it. At least in high sec, so. Yeah, thanks for that, Dark Slider. I appreciate it. Hard to believe I've been playing the game for 23 years. Still falling for stupid things like this, so. But that's okay. I haven't lost a ship in quite a while, so. I was about due. Oh, it's not this one. That's not it. Duracell, maybe? I think it's gotta be Duracell.
Active.
There it is. There it is. Dang, over 20 years as dedication. Yeah, I haven't played the whole time, Trent. But yeah, and actually this guy, he's not as old. Yeah, he's from 2008, so. But Falstaff over here. You guys look at Falstaff. Falstaff is from 2003. And so 2003, September 2003. Eve went live May 25th, 2003. So he's been there the whole time. So yeah, not the whole time, but a couple months short. So PvP, there it is. I should have brought a. Oop. That reason no troach. What do we got? Oh, it still have my loot. So that's weird. Yeah, I should have brought a. Yeah, I should have brought a repair ship. Relic analyzer. So my data analyzer's gone. I did manage to keep the stuff I looted. So that's Will. Jump. 14, excellent. That's still pretty good. That's still a pretty good chunk. So yeah, so 2003. So actually 22 years. So but yeah, I haven't played the whole time. I left several times because CCP pissed me off. So, but I probably played 10 to 15 years the first stretch. Actually, probably about 10 to 12 years. And then I left for like a year and came back for a couple years, and then left for a year, came back for a couple years. So yeah, it was interesting, so to say the least. So yeah, I should have brought a salvage ship, but I wasn't sure if those guys were going to come back. I thought there was still a relic container there or a data container there, but looks like it's gone. So better safe than sorry. So that's the one advantage. So the other one that I was playing with was a battleship, and that would have lasted a lot longer, but it really doesn't scan very well. All right, so let's dock here. So I'm pretty sure Falstaff has a couple Helioses already built. I just need to outfit and bring back. That's kind of a pain. Nah, the Kansas for short-lived leaving site. Okay, so that's what I wondered. There was one there when I bookmarked my thing, and so that's why I was kind of thinking that it would still be there. So I was afraid they would show up again. But good to know. Good to know. So I got my probes, surprisingly enough. Yeah, that was kind of weird. All right, so let's go. Here's cleanup. Let's board this guy. Because that's a tier 2 ship, so I definitely want to salvage it. Now let's trade. Let's give him the prorator back. Actually, I want to find out if... I don't think they will. I think I checked this before. So here's Venelin. Oh, you guys aren't watching this. Oh, yeah, you are. All right, so H. Helios. So I have 3 Helioses waiting, 7.5 each. So I can't get 2 of them in there, but I can get 1. So I could shuttle them back and forth. But honestly, that kind of defeats the purpose. Probably be easier to fly in a shuttle or and just bring one back, outfit it and bring it back. So I've warped into coverts where one can was already hacked and the NPCs landed on grid just as I was warping away. Yeah, that sucks. That sucks. Yeah, so I've got 3 of them sitting there waiting, so I think what the best way would be. Let me see. What is the gank situation? So Venelin to Euphine, everything's clear. Hatton Connie has one kill. But that's not bad. All right, so let's leave this ship. Oh. Leave ship. I was like, it's got to be here somewhere. All right. And let's set for Venelin. And we'll send him back. And we'll do that while we're going to salvage the Helios. All right. Well, let's go salvage the Helios. This catalyst moves like the wind. You guys are watching him. You probably don't want to watch him. I'll put you over on Kragen so you can see the salvage. This Falstaff's just going to be going back and forth. See if we can get there on the first jump this time instead of the second. Somehow I missed it. Alice, Bear Eye, Churcell. There it is.
Warp drive active.
Falstaff's moving right along. 13 jumps to go. Worst part is that wasn't even an event site. That was just a data site. So yeah, Darkslider, thanks for that. I'm gonna have to remember that next time. Maybe that's why people leave the level 3s, because it's safer for everyone.
Warp drive active.
Safer for everyone. You want to say hi?
Hi.
You guys got to hide. That's it. Sorry. She just took the little girl with her, so, which is where the little girl wants to be. She wants to be with her mommy. She wants to be with her mommy. All right, let's see what we can get from this. It's a tier 2 ship, so I definitely don't want to leave it. So I love finding them because it's pretty much the best easy loot in high sec. You just got to get in and get out fast. Yeah. Yeah, fast is never my thing, so. Fast is never my thing, so. Alright, so that takes care of that. So. Alright, let's head back. Jump.
Warp drive active.
Hack one can and run, yeah. And I'm sure I hacked the wrong one. So. I was thinking the level 4s were the ones I had to worry about. I tried to finish in less than a minute. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get my timer out. Make sure I get out in time. Make sure I get out in time. Make sure I get out in time. All right.
Warp drive active.
Ironically, the things that survived were the relic analyzer, which was a level 1. The cargo expander, one of the 4 cargo expanders. The probes. And the probe launcher. And the loot that I had just gotten, which was kind of nice. Not the covert ops, which would have been really nice. Oh well. Hindsight's always 20/20. I do have another scanner on one of these, so you just need to use Afterburner to get the can fast. Don't fail the hack. Hit loot all and warp to anywhere, and there you go. Abigail's barking her head off. Alright. So this police warden, it actually has a scanner on it, or excuse me, a probe launcher on it. But it doesn't have a relic analyzer. I don't know if I can put a relic analyzer on it. Yeah, the micro jump drive. Tracking link. It would definitely buy more time. But yeah, I need the relic one on here, so I think I need that. The problem is I'm not sure it's gonna work very well. Well, let's try. Let's try. Once you get a routine down, it becomes automatic. Yep. But it does help to be in a frigate or destroyer so you move in a line faster. Yep, yep, yep. Yeah, well, the worst part is it was a data site, so it wasn't something that I really needed to do. I was just figuring, okay, I'll do this since it's here. Famous last words. Famous last words. Like I said, it's been a while since I lost a ship. I just mentioned it the other day. I said, "Hey, it's been a while since I lost a ship," and I said, I shouldn't have said that." So yeah, it kind of makes sense. Kind of makes sense. Ecal. All right, so let's go ahead and let's see where else we can scan. So if we find relic sites, we can at least do them in this. Hey, we all get popped from time to time. Keeps us humble. Yep, yep, yep. Yep. Yep, yep, yep. It does do that. Yep, so I only have the 8. All right, so let's look and see. 3 signatures in a matins. That's weird. I was just there. There wasn't that many signatures. Let's try.
Warp drive active.
All right. Falstaff is almost to Venelin. 5 jumps to go. So this one will just do the relic sites. Anything else will have to leave. Which is fine. It should have been fine anyway. Unfortunately, I get no bonuses on scanning in this thing. So this thing is a beast. This is actually a Blossom Fit. All right. Planets.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, there's nothing here. So why did it not show me? It says there's 2 signatures. It said there was 3.
Warp drive active.
I just bought all the BPCs to build an avalanche. There you go. You should have said something. I probably have some of those. I would have made you copies for free. Because you probably will only use it once. It's not one of those ships you lose very often. Well, I guess they do get ganked from time to time, but yeah, that's not one you usually lose very often, so I don't have the avalanche itself. So hopefully you bought a BPC of that. But I probably have several of the others for the advanced parts. All right. What we got? Oh yeah, 4. Good. All right. Let's find a planet to hide behind.
active.
Got a deal. 10 million for a pack for the runs needed. There you go. That's not too bad. That's not bad at all. Damn, you might have to show me where you got that deal. That's a pretty good deal. That's a pretty good deal. $14 people in this system. Holy cow. Which means if there are any relic sites, they're already probably tearing them up. Because this thing scans like a hot badger. Not very quick. All right. Pulling into Venolin. Pulling into Venolin. Pulling into Venolin. Life support backup unit blueprint. Yeah, see, I have all those. Well, I don't have all of those, but I have most of them. So, I think they're the one I didn't buy because it was like 500 million or something. It's ridiculous. So I didn't buy it. Yeah, this is the problem. This thing doesn't scan down very well. So that's a data site, which I really don't care about because I don't even have a data analyzer on here. All right, so Kragen just made it to, or excuse me, Falstaff just made it to Venolin. So we'll get a Helios built and get it sent out. Let's see if we can get this one scanned down, and we'll check out some of the others. All right. All right, got that one. So let's go ahead and take care of this one since it's close. All right. All right, there's the Helio, or there's that one. Okay, what's next? Whoops, this one's way out there. Okay, cool. Oof. All right, so we need slot modules. There's a covert ops cloaking. All right. We got a launcher. Probe. I think so. Sorry, I'm trying to build the Helios on the other screen. Never used the filters. No, no probe launchers. Really? No probe launchers at all? What the hell? Maybe it's not calling it that. CH. Festival launcher. Yeah, maybe it's not there. Maybe it's somewhere else. I'm pretty sure I have probe launchers. Let's check here. Search probe. Core scanner probe, sister scanner probe. Where are those? Vanillin. Blueprints. Core scanner probe, expanded probe launcher. OCO, expanded probe launcher blueprint. Okay, what that's doing there. Expanded probe launcher 9 in resources. That's where they are. Okay, that makes sense. All right. Because eventually I want to build the tier 2s. When we get there. Rear end's hurting. Plastic chair still causes hurt, but ooh, there's a relic site. Oh, it's taking me forever to scan down, so it's probably gonna be gone, but let's see if maybe we get lucky. I gotta be perfect with this thing because it doesn't scan very well. All right, come on. All right, cool. It is a reckoning site. So, yeah, let's go to it.
Warp drive active.
See if anybody's here. There are 13 people in system, so I'm kind of surprised that they didn't. So, capital propulsion engine, capital temperature regulator. My goodness, that's a lot of blueprints. Yeah, so I had the life support, the auto integrity, but I don't have any of the capital ones. So yeah, so I only had 2 of those. So probably wouldn't have saved you much. Oh yes. Really? So it's a battleship. This should be able to. Come on. Yeah, I'm used to the Helios moving a lot faster. Moving a lot faster. This is downright slow. Cycle time 136 seconds, yes. go. My goodness gracious. Holy cow. Yep. Fail. Thank you, Lord. Killing me. Well, that blew up. That was a waste. I definitely need a relic analyzer too to give me more points. Because that backfired completely. Come on, you're getting further away. Come on. Turn around. Turn around. There you go. Oh, for crying out loud. All right, excellent. Well, that was close. One blueprint. That freaking sucks. It seems nobody's doing the relic sites because there are 13 people in the system. 11 now. Man, this thing is slow. Man, you're killing me, man. Excellent. Gotta be smarter. Gotta work smarter, not harder. Unlock. All right, let's go back to our thing and see. We got one more signature. All right, approaching the 3-hour mark. I was building the Helios back here. Let's go to resources. All right, we got that. And then we want to go to modules. Finish this one off. Finish this one off, and then we'll build the Helios and start it back. Now I have a feeling I probably don't have the tier 2 relic or tier 2 data analyzers. No, I don't know why. I should. This thing takes forever. Still only at 18%. Data site. I'm not going to get this one. Yeah, that's a level 4. I'm not going to be able to scan it down. I don't need it. That's a level 3. That's a level 4. Neither one of them do me any good. Yep. All right, so let's pull these guys back in. let's see where our next system is. 1 signature, 6 signatures. Yes, there's 6 signatures now. We were just there.
Active.
We're just there. Ah, so we got sister probes in there. Alright, so what are we looking for here? Expanded. Alright, 1, 2, 3. Alright. Micro. Data analyzer 2. Cool. Well, that's good. Where are the relic analyzer? Yeah. So there's 3 new ones. All right, cool. We'll take them.
Warp drive active.
Let's go back to resource. So there's a relic analyzer. Do we have the blueprint for... Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that. Well, some of it is on the cooker, yeah. There you go. Really? Nothing? Oh. All facilities. Helps it. Alright, relic analyzer 2. What does it need? It needs LADAR, which I don't build, which I really need to get a blueprint for. Yeah. Yeah, I don't build. Alright, so here we are. Let's see what these 3 new ones are. Alright. Hey. Everyone is definitely awake now. Yeah, seems. Oh, after that sneeze. Sorry about that. Yeah, maybe that's what we ought to try with Kickin when he falls asleep on us. Is I'll try to sneeze. That should get him awake. That should get him awake. I never thought of that. I need to put a sound effect in there that wakes people up. Chaos has one. Woohoo! So just clip that sound bite, make it a point redeem. There you go. There you go. Fix him right up. Fix him right up. Yeah, Kickin's always falling asleep on us. Alright. Oh, my rear end's hurting. Once again, I shouldn't say it, but no drops today. Pretty excited by that. Pretty excited by that. Means that I'm obviously getting it. And I don't even have any drop frames today. On Thursday night, Friday morning, I had dropped frames. It just hadn't dropped. And then at the very end of the stream, it kind of piddled out. I think my internet just had problems, but today we've had 0 problems. Does the video look good? Guys, I'm off to work now. See you soon. Have fun. Have a good day, Nunu. Appreciate you stopping in. So how does the video look? Does everything look good? I'm curious. Oop, there's a relic site. Now, is it a regular relic site or is it a reckoning relic site? It really doesn't seem like anybody else is doing them. Looks good. Thanks, Dark Slider. Appreciate it. Yeah, that was one thing I noticed when I reviewed it. The video didn't look good. Oh, it's a crumbling Serpentis. So no, it is not a event site. So, oh well. Oh well. Oof. Let's go back here. But yeah, thanks for that. Appreciate it. Yeah, that didn't, it was Control Shift Alt M. Nice little tool in Eve. Control Shift Alt M. Enter the URL. Wow. Working set. Not running. That's nice. That is really nice. Network. I'm going to remember that. It also did something with my OBS, which was kind of weird. Control Shift Alt M. I'm going to write that down. You know, I haven't found my notepad yet. Or my pens. Actually, I know I have some pens, but I haven't found my notepad. And actually, now that I say that, I think I did find my notepad. I just haven't pulled it out of the box yet, so. Control Shift Alt M. Let's see if I have a pen in here. Which I'm sure I do. Deck of cards. Come on, I just need one pen. There it is. There it is. There's a ground, Monty. There's a ground. There's a ground, Monty. Control Shift Alt M for monitor. Monitor. E-monitor. Thanks for that. You can pin it to Neocom. Yep. Probably will give me a warning prior to it piddling out on me, to be honest. Which would be really nice. Oh, I didn't think about pinning it on there. That's a good point. Yeah, that's a great idea. Actually, you know, I've never pinned anything on here. Yeah, I never used the Eve help. I could get rid of that one. Remove. I do use the map from time to time. And I use all these others, but it's a nice little tool to see if the PC side or network side when Eve has issues. Yep. No, that makes perfect sense. Thank you for that. That is above and beyond. Thank you for that. All right, so what are we looking for next? Duracell had 2, Jun Sword had 3. Pretty sure I already got these. Let's go look.
Warp drive active.
Because I don't know why it doesn't show me when I already have them. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to go and buy some of these. Actually, we probably should buy a blueprint for it. Show info. Industry. View market details. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, there's a blueprint for 5 million. Which probably means that it's something there. It's 7 jumps to Jita, so I'll just buy it in Jita. If it is in Jita, I'll have to see. Fernite, nanotransistors. I could just buy a bunch of those and then have them. Problem is that means I got to build more, so. Come on, jump, 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 jump. Yeah, so I already scanned these down. That's right. So those were the 3. Okay. Thought. Matins was 6. We already got those. Haley. I've not been to Haley. Let's go to Haley. Let's go to Haley. And we'll check Arnatel on our way through. See if we get lucky. So yeah, so I want to build these relic analyzers. 2. Got the micro warp drive. What's the other ones that I need? So yeah, before I make a run to Jita, let's make sure we have the other ones. So signal something, right? It's that GNA. Nope. Sensor. What are they called? Actually, I had a oh, crap, what are they called? Yeah, way too many blueprints. Relic analyzer. Scan acquisition array. That's what we want. So we want scan acquisition array and scan range-finding array. All right. So that's in resources. Let's go back to modules. Scan. S. CA. Oop. CA. Oh, now I got caps lock on. Oh, come on. There are none? Why do I not have level 2s? This is driving me crazy. Actually, I'm going to switch you guys over here so you can see what I'm doing so it's not strange. Scan range-finding array 2. So I'm missing spatial attunement unit. Nope. SPAT. SPAT. Nope. So yeah, I don't have that blueprint either, so I'm just buying those. So show info. Oops. Looks like there is no blueprint for that. That's interesting. All right. No problem. On the shift to GPU from CPU, it pointed out that I needed to drop the DX11 to fix some issues. Oh, there you go. Well, that was a good one. I don't know why that one doesn't let me find it in market. That's weird. Spatial attunement unit blueprint. Let me see. Bump. Market browser. Come on. Skybreaker. Why am I looking at a Skybreaker? I want to do search. How can I do search? Spatial attunement unit. All right. Blueprint. Why is there no blueprint? Cheetah. Oh, it doesn't look like there's a blueprint for that one. That sucks. The module for scan deviation, scan time are more impactful as those have lesser bonuses on the probes and launcher. The module for scan deviation and scan time are more. Between your skills and shit, you really don't need the rain finding module. That starts to get in diminishing return. The module for scan deviation and scan time are more impactful as those lesser bonus. So the scan deviation, what's that module? Is that the one that, what's his face mentioned to me? This guy. This one, ligature integrated analyzer blueprint. That's the one. Scan acquisition 1, I think. So I have that one. Scan acquisition 1. I have it. Don't need the range finding. Okay, so I do have the scan acquisition. Scan pinpointing is a deviation. Okay. So yeah, I don't have the scan pinpointing. And pin. All right. I did not like this pen. Find me a different pen. It's one of those that smears all the time, so not a fan. All right, cool. All right, so scan pinpointing. I don't have that one, so I'll buy that one. Oh my goodness. Ugh. All right. So these spatial attunement units I need to buy. Actually, though, I need to buy those in order to build the rain finding, what I don't want. Right, I don't want the rain finding. I want the acquisition. It needs the attunement units as well. Okay, cool. So yeah, so So we'll buy those. Looks like 79. And then I'll buy the scam pinpointing. Yeah, so I have the acquisition and the range finding, but the range finding you say is really not useful, so I'll get rid of it and I'll get the pinpointing. I don't have the pinpointing, so. So yeah, so, all right, so let's go back. So this is what we need, the LiDAR sensor cluster, which we can either buy the BP or we could just buy the sensor clusters themselves. Probably not a problem just to buy the sensor clusters. So LiDAR. And I need 49. So yeah, range overkill on that stat scan strength. Okay, cool. I didn't realize there was another one, so that was kind of my bad. All right, so let's look here in our ship hangar. We should have another, yep, prorator, Zippy Hall. So let's switch to him. And let's make a Jita trip. So let's go back here to Kragen, because he's out here all by himself in the middle of nowhere. Let's scan. All right, we got one here, so let's go ahead and scan it. Must be a good one because it hasn't disappeared. Oof. Should always get it on the dot before zooming in. All right. All right, so let's go ahead and undock. Let's make sure there's nothing in our ship. We tend to carry stuff around. Probably should set my destination, huh? So let's go to Jita, which is always fun. Rather have my teeth pulled. But it is a necessary evil from time to time, especially picking up supplies. If you look just above the Analyze button, hover your mouse over the icons to see the scan bonuses in each category. Skills. Total bonuses, okay. Alright, modules, okay. He didn't really have any modules on this one. Oh, cool. That is awesome. I didn't know that. Something new every day. Thank you for that. That was awesome.
Warp drive active.
Learn something new every day. Weird, that Catalyst was checking me out. Wonder why he was checking me out. It's kind of disheartening. Yeah, so if you have 3 or more things with a bonus, you get those diminishing returns, just like the fitting window. Yep, yep. Makes sense. Yeah, I never knew how to be able to check that, so thank you for that. Yeah, because I didn't think this ship had any bonuses, given that it's not a scanning ship, but it actually has quite a few. The sister probes are giving me some. Alright, so let's look here. Haley's got several. Good, good, good. Let's find a nice planet to hide behind. So that if some catalyst comes to look at me, then I know what's going on. The wormhole. That's frustrating. It's amazing. When I'm not looking for a wormhole, or when I'm looking for a wormhole, I can't find them. When I'm not looking for them, I find half a dozen. Ridiculous. There's so much in the UI that it's probably like learning to be an air traffic controller. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. That would make perfect sense. Whatever you do, don't miss this. Alright, cool beans. Got that. Yeah, so 50 modules gives +5. Total bonus +57. Skills -43. Reduces possible location errors. -43 skills. Alright, cool, cool, cool. Alright, coming into Jita. Coming into Jita. That's weird. They're like right here next to each other. That is really weird. Let's try this. What's up, Jerry Can? Ah, data site. Somebody just dropped something downstairs. I'm finding all kinds of data sites now that I don't have a data scanner. Imagine that. Damn it. That's only a level 1. I could definitely do that one. Alright, where are we at? Alright. 3 signatures in Haley. 2 signatures in miles, 6 signatures there, 3 signatures. Let's go to miles. I haven't been to miles. So it's a 09. Like to go to 09s. 09s usually have training sites, which I don't like. All right, so I'm in Jita. Just got out of a hot soak. Checking BPs. There you go. I like hot soaks. I like hot soaks. All right, so I'm in Jita. So let's do scan pinpointing. So let's just do pinpointing. DOIE. Scan pinpoint array. Scan pinpoint array 1. All right. So what's the closest one? 2 jumps, 600,000. Itamo, Ikami. I think I got to go through Ikami. Let's see. When I go back to Vanillin, set. Sabeski, Viesto, Sarakua, Lima, Utakin, Ogamo. No, none of those. Of course not. So it really doesn't matter. So Atamo, we'll just go there. Buy. All right. We'll go pick that up in a little bit. All right. And what else? Facial attunement. Oh, I gotta spell it right. Spatial attunement unit. Said I needed 79. Ooh, only 2. That's all right. I'll buy those 2. Really? All right. Buy those 3. And then here, so I've got 3. I need 79. That leaves 75, 76, 76. So let's just say, let's say 100 minus 3, 97. All right. All right. Got it. And the other one I need is LiDAR sensor cluster blueprint, right? Sensor cluster, yes. How much is the blueprint? 5 million. In Tomo, I think that's where I bought the other one, right? The Tomo. I haven't undocked, so it won't tell me much. Actually, I think there's a way to refresh it, force it to refresh, right? What was the one I just bought? Pinpointing. Ha! Really? That's weird. Because it hasn't refreshed? Yep. Yep, because it hasn't refreshed yet. Hate when that happens. All right. I think it's a Tomo, but I can't remember. So it's 5 million for the blueprint. What is it for the actual? LiDAR sensor cluster? 30,000. And I need 50 of them. Let's say 100. Yeah. I buy 100. That's only 3 million. All right, let's do that. Alright, probably should buy some other stuff. Harbor, what ship you building and what LP store from? Yep. Just about done with my project of building a ship from LP. Done with. Ship you building. Harbinger Navy was running L4 missions for the LP for chips. Then use that for the BPC, mine the ore, cook the ship. Excellent. I love building ships that way. I haven't done a whole lot of LP ones, but I have got you. Let's do 28,000. Because we got a couple blueprints that I got to put in there. Oh, actually, I didn't buy that blueprint, so we only got one blueprint. So let's undock. Why'd I end up with 99? That's weird. I don't think it matters. I only need 79, right? Yeah. All right. So then let's check here. And Atomo. What's Atomo? Then
Drive active.
add waypoint. There we go. All right. All right, Kragen's out here. What's Kragen doing? Is Kragen just sitting? Kragen is sitting. At the gate, I think. Oh. All right, cool. Very cool. Yep, very cool. Yeah, I think that's awesome. I haven't done the LP one. I really need to do that. I've got a ton of LP for Caldari Navy.
Drive active.
And so I really need to use it for something. But I don't think I have enough for one of their blueprints because I'd really like to do a Raven or one of the other Navy ones. Oh my lord. It hurts. Got to get some blood flow back into my posterior. I was like, I want to start at the closest to nothing to make a ship. There you go. Yeah, so what I did is I went the opposite route. I said, okay, what ships do I fly the most? Which was the Helios and the Pro Raider. And I said, okay. I said, and both of those are tier 2s. So I bought the Sigil and the Imicus. And so I built those. And then I learned invention. And I invented the tier 2 blueprints from those. And then I built those. And actually, that's kept me in the ships because I lost a lot of them. Helios, as you saw, I lost the Helios today. So, but yeah, especially in the beginning, I lost a lot of them. And so, but then I started, after I didn't lose as many, I started selling them, which actually really worked out well. So, oh, you know what? What a moron. I need stuff to build the scan pinpointing. What a Nimrod. Pyrite, max. Actually, no. I should be fine. It's just regular minerals. So, what about... Yeah, it's not going to show me. That's one thing I hate. It does not show me the invention because it's not a copy. Which is just ridiculous. So, I have the setup for my explorer ships. Yeah. Yep. So yeah, it's regular minerals. It'll take me a while to research it up to tier whatever. So all right, so let's scan this guy down since we're doing this. Launch. Check. Alright. in the background. Oh, so you guys are watching Falstaff. Sorry. Yeah, in the background, I will. Wonder how much morphite I have. I might need some morphite. Let me buy some morphite. Yeah, let me buy some morphite. Morphite's one of those that I usually run out of. So I'll dock and buy some morphite. Ooh, a relic site. What's the chance? What's the chance? Heron base. I have to set up for my up. I wanted, one of my goals was to try and build everything in the game except for the capital ships. And I built a murder pancake from an officer drop BPC once. That's cool. So that's a crumbling Serpentis. That is not that is not an event one. Damn it. Totally uncool. Got my hopes all up. Let's do this. Got my hopes all up with the relic site, but it is not. All right, so let's look at morphite. Morphite. All right, I don't know how much I have, but 30,000 a pop. Let's buy 1,000. Ooh. All right, and then I forgot. I put this heavy water in here, so let me take this heavy water out. And then put the morphite in. And then put the heavy water back in. All right. All right, cool. All right, let's go. Data site. Once again, no data scanner. Doesn't do me any good. At least I'll scan them down. That way I got them. All right, cool beans. We have a person in our corp that builds roll call and Orcas. There you go. Yeah, we built an Orca way, way back. I think I built some of the components. But my big old 20-year corp, we built an Orca. And I'm pretty sure that's the one I have, to be honest. And that was such an undertaking that I was like, yeah, I don't think I'm going to do that again. Because it was kind of like, yeah, forget that. So, Bear Eye. I don't think I've done Bear Eye, which that's a... Yeah. My goodness. Yeah. All right, I haven't been to Bear Eye, so let's see where that takes us. Anatel, we've already been to, so.
Warp drive active.
But yeah. So yeah, so that makes a big difference. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the orca that I have is the one we built. So, and then I built a porpoise after that myself, because it was way easier. And I usually fly the porpoise around. Doesn't give the same boost, but it does all right. Does all right. In a pinch, better than a stick in the eye. Actually, let's check industry, though. I think I'm probably too far away, aren't I? Alright, deliver. Yep, too far away. Zero jumps away. Your current skills in supply chain management. Seriously? You pieces of shit. Supply chain management. Of course. You market details. Where's the closest? One. John Surratt. Or Billy. Yeah, Billy is probably where we'll buy it. Alarm bumps. 2 jumps. Buy. It's amazing how many skills I don't have that I should. Alright, so let's minimize you. And let's see. Pretty sure everything's been scanned here. Yep. Yep. Alright, let's jump to Bear Eye.
Active.
Actually, we probably should check and see. Luminaire? No. I gotta jump before it'll show me. Yeah, that's what I hate. You buy something. Our shipbuilders are always cooking. Yep. I have 2 porps, one for belt boosting and one that is a drone miner. Oh, there you go. Now, what do you want to bet? I'm 3 jumps away from the skill I just bought because... Nope, only 1 jump. Excellent. Set destination. Alright, so let's see here. Bear Eye has 1, so let's go ahead and scan this down. Maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe we'll get lucky. We run Orca on Moon with the protection detail. Yep. Yeah, that's always good. And honestly, the Orca's a tank, so it would take some concerted effort to bring it down. Especially if you had enough miners there with their drones. But the Orca's way too expensive to lose, so, and it's a slow beast. Can't run away fast, especially if you're compressing. Takes forever for you to shut down everything to get it taken care of. So always a good idea. We always do it in high sec, so we figure if they really want it that bad, then we'll work it out and we'll just build another one. But yeah, the most times high sec's not worth it, especially for as long as it would take, because once they start shooting, that's when Concord's going to show up. And so it's funny, we run rocks on protection. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's one of those. It's never hurts. You never regret it. But ours was, we kind of weighed the risk versus the reward, and it's much better for us to have an extra miner than to worry about that. So yeah, so that's what we do. Every once in a while, we'll have somebody that just wants to run and doesn't want to mine, and so yeah, it's like no problem. But yeah, so we do our mining event every Monday night. So it's going to be actually tomorrow night or a night, depending on where you are. Tuesday morning for me here in the Philippines. So we will be doing it next stream. We'll have our mining event. So you guys are all welcome, as always. We provide the boost. We provide the compression. You don't pay nothing. We welcome everyone. So they don't show up on D-Scan. Yeah. So yeah. So, but like I said, we do it in high sec. So not a whole lot of people sneaking up on us. And if they really want it, it's usually only going to be gankers, because suicide gankers, because nobody's stupid enough to start targeting the Orca. It'll last long enough for Concord to show up. So most times, unless they've got a really huge group, which is probably not the case. So it looks like I might have got lucky. We'll see if this is an actual relic site, event relic site, or just a regular relic site. We've ran into a lot of relic sites, so. Alright. Yep, it says Reckoning. Excellent. What do you want to bet it disappears before I get to it? Which would be just my luck. So. Which would be just my luck. It's a 3. Which kind of sucks. Because I don't know that Kragen's got the skills for a 3. So yeah, so 0.5. So yeah, so it takes quite a while. Phaedra BG 2023. How long have you been playing EVE Online? So we talked about that a little earlier. My main character over here, Falstaff, who's actually just out here sitting in the middle of nowhere like an idiot, has been around since the start of EVE. So EVE went live Memorial Day weekend 2003. And he was born September of 2003, 4 months later. So now I haven't played the whole 22 years, but I played, I think, probably 15, 16 of those years. So, but I took several sabbaticals because CCP pissed me off on something or other. So, me or my corp or any number of things. There were a whole bunch of things that CCP pissed us off about. So, which is normal. They always make decisions that are not always in everyone's best interest, so. All right, nobody's here. Wow, that's weird. So, yeah. My other characters, this guy here, I think he's from 2008, about 5 years later, so. But yeah, that's still, what, 17 years? So yeah, so. Yeah, he doesn't have the skills of my main. My main is definitely my workhorse, but I've already completed the event with my main, so that's why I'm trying to do it with my secondary now. I have 3 characters on my main account, and this character is on this one. So I'm multi-boxing, so. Which works out really well most days. Some days, not so much. But like I said, knock on wood, I do have some drop frames. So looks like at one point it did dip a little bit. But I'm originally from America, Kansas City region. My wife and I just retired on April 4th. And we moved to her homeland, which is the Philippines. And I am streaming from there now. And so loving every minute of my retirement so far. Loving that I can stream a lot more. Before I was only streaming a couple days a week. Man, this sucks. It is a level 3, so what did you expect? But yeah, I was only streaming, I think, four days a week before. So now I am streaming a full 5 days a week. Sunday night Central Time through Thursday night Central Time. Or if you're in Filipino time like me, it is Monday morning through Monday morning through Friday morning. So sorry, I can't concentrate and do things at the same time. So yeah, I'm gonna have to take one of these out. Damn it. There it is. Come on, come on, come on. Excellent. All right. Yeah, it won't let me save that. So let's do this. Let's do this. Ah, it's not there. All right, so it's Control B, I think, right? Control B for bookmark. Yes, it is. Submit. All right, so what I'm going to do is I am going to warp out here somewhere. Let's warp here. And then come back. So that'll give it to me. Wow, you're lucky to escape from the USA. I don't know about escape. I'm giving up a lot of convenience, but yes, yeah, USA is my home. It'll always be my home. But yes, I had promised. So my wife is from the Philippines. I brought her in as a fiance 18 years ago. We've been married in May 18th, this month. On the 18th, we'll be married 18 years. And I brought her in as a fiance. So she came in prior to us being married by a week. I think we got married after a week. And so yeah, so she spent the last 18 years in America, and so I had promised her as part of that if she came to America, we would come home every 2 years so she could see her family. And we didn't make every 2 years, but we made every 2 to 3 until her mom passed away in 2015, I think. 2018, something around there. So about 7 years ago, and then we decided that we were going to retire. So we didn't travel again because of the retirement, and so this is the first time we've been here in probably 5-6 years. So, but we've been here about 25 days so far, and I am loving it. Other than the heat, which is killing me, but yeah, the heat was something I knew was always going to be a problem. So, but yeah, I am loving it. So, but yeah, I don't know that I would call it escape from the USA. So we've been planning this for over 10 years. So, but yeah, my wife is super excited about being home. She was never comfortable in the USA, temperature wise. Even in Kansas City, I think we had a couple summers that reached 100, and she was still cold. She was always cold. And it's funny, it hasn't got, actually, I shouldn't say that. It got below 95 today. I think it's supposed to be 91 today because of the rain. So, no, she is not an EVE-Online player. No, she is not a gamer at all. She thinks gaming is a complete waste of time, and she's a shopper, and I think shopping is a complete waste of time. So we agree to disagree on a few things, gaming included. So come on, there you go. Now you're getting closer. I overshot the mark like always. All right, come on, baby. My goodness gracious. There it is. All right. But yeah, so it's been we've been really enjoying it. So, but we were talking earlier about some of the strangeness in the Philippines because it is a different culture. So, Respin, thanks for the hydrate, but all my drinks are empty. So, thank you for that, though. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, the convenience. We've given up a lot of convenience here. Philippines, I cannot own any property, so everything's in her name. So we've been married almost 20 years, so I'm not worried about that. Um, I will become a permanent resident here. Speaking of that, we got to start that process. But yeah, the um, what else? So that'll at least keep me from having to go to the thing all the time. So, but yeah, because otherwise, in the other ones, you have to as a regular tourist. So I came into the Philippines. I got a year-long visa because I'm married to her, and she's a dual citizen. She is a citizen of the United States, but she also renewed her citizenship here in the Philippines, so she can sponsor me for permanent residency. And so because she's a citizen, I got a year visa. So that's a huge help. In the previous trips, I had to go every month to the embassy and have my passport renewed. So it was a real pain in the rear end. And I didn't want to do that on my retirement. So yeah, so she's going to sponsor me for permanent residency. We had looked into me becoming a citizen of the Philippines, but if I do that, then I lose my Social Security, which I do not want to give up since I've paid into it my whole life, and definitely want to make sure I get what I deserve. And so, unless they somehow eliminate it before I get to it, so I'm too young to collect Social Security yet, but I still have several years before I can do that. So I retired at 57, which is pretty early for America. And super excited to do so. I worked for a small corporate bank in the Midwest, and so it was really good to get out while the getting was good. So. All right, cool. I actually was able to hack it. I thought I was going to fail. All right. So we're getting some more things, getting some more points, so that's good. Let's check here and see. There is a new signature, so let's go ahead and scan it down. Oops, let's push off from this guy so we don't have any problems. I just had a friend move to the USA from Canada. He has dual citizenship. Yep. Yeah, so if you're born in America, you are unable to get dual citizenship anywhere. And let me rephrase that. Anywhere that's allied with the United States. So, like the Philippines. So if I became a citizen of the Philippines, which I am perfectly capable of doing, the Philippines, because they're allied with America, they will notify America that I became a citizen, and America will revoke my citizenship since I was born in America. And that will negate my Social Security, Medicare, just about everything that I've paid into my whole entire life. And so I'm not going to use Medicare. I never plan to, but I do plan on using my Social Security. So yeah, you got to be real careful with becoming a citizen somewhere else. If you were born in America. If you were born outside of America, part of it is broken. It is really broken. But if you're born outside of America, part of your oath to America when you become a citizen says you will revoke your homeland. And so what my wife had to do, because the Philippines will never turn their back on her since she was born here, when she became a U.S. citizen, it negated her Filipino citizenship. and then she just had to go to the Philippine embassy, fill out a form, pay some money, and they reinstated it. And so that's how she became a dual citizen. So it's kind of a crock. It's actually just a way for them to make some more money, to be honest. But yeah, it's kind of crappy that America does that. But then again, it is America, so that's not really surprising. But yeah, it's I have my brother's been looking at Panama to move to Panama, and it has the same problem. If he becomes a citizen of Panama, then he will revoke his citizenship in America, and he's a military contractor, so he's got a lot of benefits, and so he also is in the same boat. Like, yeah, I can't do that. The problem is he's not married, so he was, but being a civilian contractor for the military made him travel a lot, and his wife finally got tired of him never being around, and she dumped his ass. So, pardon my French, but with good reason. And but yeah, Panama, where I'm going to be moving to. Yep. So Panama, you can actually own land as an American, so that's nice. And so yeah, but you'll have to do something for your permanent residency in order to be a permanent resident. Here in the Philippines, there's another option. If you're military, you can just give them a bunch of money that they hold, like half a million pesos, which is about $10,000. So if you give them $10,000 and they hold it, they'll give you your citizenship or your permanent residency if you were in the military. And so, which is really strange, but it's a way for them to kind of hold your money for forever. And so, because you can't ever take it out, which I thought, well, that's stupid. I mean, if I could use it as collateral for something else, that would be fine. But yeah, if I can't ever take it out. But I was never in the military. I never served. So yeah, getting a building built and set me up so I can live there. Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of expats that have chosen Panama because it's because they can own property there, which is a big deal. The I don't know that they speak I don't know that they speak English there, or they probably speak some English. I think it's still Spanish speaking. But here in the Philippines, they all speak English, which is nice. But yeah, but we had planned to come back here because this is where she's from. So, and like I said, she's loving it. It was her dream to come home. So, and like I said, she left everything to join me in America. So it worked out. So. I'm pretty sure I've been to Mize, but let's go there just to see. You know what? No, we got to go to Laren Bumps and pick up this this skill that we bought. So, okay, so that's good. Yep, that's good. Yeah, so that's good. Yeah, that's the only problem. You got to be able to communicate. So here they all speak English. They're very uncomfortable speaking it with me, because of me being American. They learn English. They don't speak it on a regular basis. So yeah, but I can always communicate. If I'm in the store or something like that, I can always communicate and get my point across. But yeah, it's been, like I said, it's been real good. But we were talking earlier in the stream, just strange things with the Philippines that don't happen in America. So we've been waiting for our electric bill. And the bills come the last day of the month, always. I don't know why. And so it didn't come on the 30th of April like we expected. The first was a holiday. It didn't come the first, didn't come the second. So we actually went over and talked to the electric company. We didn't, but my brother-in-law went and talked to the electric company, and they said, "Oh yeah, your electric meter is burned out." And so it turns out we ended up getting our electric for pretty much free for the whole month of April because our meter burned out. Because it never shut off our electric, so we just kept doing it, kept using it, but they have no way of telling how much we use, so they can't charge us. And I'm like, yeah, that would never happen in America. As soon as that meter burned out, that electric's off, you know. It's like, yeah, we're not losing money, but it's in the backcountry areas that are mostly only Spanish-speaking people. That makes sense. Yep, that makes sense. So yeah, I'm in the province here. I am south of Manila, in a province called Batangas, but we're still close enough to Manila that we're considered the Manila area, and so, but yeah, it's been really good. But yeah, the little things like that. So they actually came yesterday on a Sunday and replaced the meter. We had to pay for the meter. But they replaced the meter and actually upgraded us and did a bunch of stuff. So now our electric's in really good shape. But it was kind of funny because it was just, little things like that. The other one that was inject. Why can't I only inject? I don't have the requirements. Mass production. No, I do have them. And I'm an Omega. So why can I only inject? I should be able to train to 1. All right, that's weird. Apply, okay. Apply, okay. Apply, okay. That was weird. All right, let's get rid of this one. I don't need supply chain management 5. But yeah, so the other one was like, so my internet. So I have PLDT, which is a broadband internet here, which has caused me a lot of problems. For some reason, it stopped yesterday. And the first thing I asked was, did we pay the bill? They said, yeah, we paid the bill on Friday. So after trying everything, we couldn't get it to come back on. So my brother-in-law, who's managing all our stuff, he went over to the office, and they said, oh, your bill is due on Saturday, the 3rd. You paid on Friday, so it didn't get credited. So we shut it off on Sunday. You have to pay it on the day it's due, or you may not get credit for it. And I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? And so yeah, they were like, my sister-in-law was sitting here and she's like, yeah, that's normal. And I'm like, that's not normal. It's normal for here. But little things like that, So we have to pay all our bills on the day they're due, or it may not get credited correctly. Because I guess they don't have a system that will allow them to pay in advance, even by 1 day. So yeah, so that was pretty interesting because I'm just like, are you kidding me? Yeah. Stranger things have happened. So, sorry, you guys are watching Falstaff. All right, so I got that one in there. Let's undock here and scan this one down. But yeah, so between the electric and the internet, yeah, it was just, and those are just the ones we've discovered so far. So yeah, but yeah, it's just little things like that that are super strange, super different than America, Like I said, we're in the province, so the closest like Walmart equivalent we have here is 2 hours away. So we really have to plan ahead anytime we need something. We can get food, fresh food. So we can get chicken, beef, pork, vegetables. That's all local. But if you need like tape, Scotch tape, or thumbtacks, or socks, or underwear, those things you got to plan way ahead for because it's like 2 hours away. And so, but it's weird here in our area, the wet market is where you get the food, which is nice and it makes sense. But the other thing we have here that's strange is we have 3 fast food restaurants. We don't have we don't have a general store, but we have 3 fast food restaurants and a pizza place. So I can't get socks, but I can get a hamburger. And so we got a McDonald's, we got a Jollibee, which is a Filipino fast food, and we've got a KFC, and which is nice. But in America, we would put the Walmart in first, and then we would put the fast food places next to it, because you're already there for the Walmarts, you get the fast food. Here it's like, yeah, you come for the fast food, and then you may do some shopping. And so, speaking of food, we got to see this pizza on stream. Yeah, I haven't checked it out yet, and I'll let you know, because we're pretty much eating all fresh food. I mean, I am eating better than I ever have in my life. It is amazing. All fresh. I mean, perfect example. They killed a cow. Their equivalent of a cow. It's called a carabao. They killed a cow the other day, and because we were in the area, they offered it to us, and so we got the meat super cheap, super fresh. I mean, it went right from the cow being slaughtered to being cooked and on our table same day. And I've never had that happen in America. Never. Not even considered it. It was like, but yeah, so that was kind of nice, because that was just completely different than I'm used to. But yeah, there's a lot of differences. Some positive, some negative. Mostly negative. I don't say negative. Mostly different. But yeah, it's been really interesting, and so, but we've been loving it. All right, let's go to Atlantis. But yeah, KFC. I was and the incredible part, we had KFC like the second or third day we're here. The chicken tastes just like it does in America. Exactly the same. The difference is here, if you want to get mashed potatoes, the mashed potatoes are like that big. It's a little tiny container of mashed potatoes, but they give you rice with everything. You get a whole big thing of rice, but you get a little tiny thing of mashed potatoes, a big thing of rice, a little tiny of mashed potatoes. So yeah, so it's kind of interesting, a little bit different. But yeah. But yeah, it was kind of interesting, because, like I said, the KFC, the chicken tasted just like in America. It was like the same herbs and spices, so it's like, okay, the recipe is actually universal. Because I love KFC. My wife likes Popeyes. I've never been a Popeyes fan. I was always a KFC fan. And so I was like, okay, we're good. The McDonald's, like I said, I don't think she said they have burgers, but I didn't see burgers when I was in there. But they have something called a burger steak, which is kind of like a burger with gravy on it and rice, which is good. So, but yeah, rice is with everything here. You get rice with everything. So, but yeah, like I said, make sure you don't pay your bills early. You got to pay them the day they're due. If your electric meter burns out, you get electric free for the month. So yeah, it's been a while since I had either KFC or Popeyes. Not really a fan of the sides at either place. Yeah, I love the mashed potatoes. Love the mashed. I mean, they're instant. They're microwave mashed potatoes, but I'm a potato guy. And so that's one I've told her we need to grow some potatoes here. But potatoes are not a big grower here in the jungle. So, but I said, you know what? If Matt Damon can grow potatoes on Mars, surely I can grow potatoes in the Philippines. And so I'm gonna do it. I think somebody told me that probably the best way would be to grow them in a barrel with sand, because that'll keep them cooler. Because it's definitely a cool vegetable. But yeah, it's been funny. Because, yeah, I'm like a big potato guy. I'll just eat potatoes, just throw them in the microwave and, bake them in the microwave and eat them like that with some butter. And ironically, that's another one I haven't found. I haven't found any butter. So I'm not sure if they just don't use it here or if it's called something different. But, yeah, that's been an interesting one, because I have not found butter. So Popeyes, if you love green chicken. Yeah, I was never a Popeyes. My wife loved Popeyes. I think it's more spicy, and she likes spicy. But maybe sweet. Yeah, sweet potatoes probably do grow here. But I'm not a big sweet potato fan. So, but yeah, it's been interesting. So, But she did. So that's the other thing. So she brought me some tomatoes. So one of our family members grew tomatoes, and they're all like cherry tomatoes, you know. They don't have any like beef eater tomatoes, you know, like for a BLT, you know. And so I was kind of surprised by that because I was like, well, yeah, surely you. And she said, no, they don't grow that big here. And then the potato that they have here are really small potatoes. They don't have any big, you know, baking potatoes ones. So it seems like most of the American vegetables grow much smaller here, where the Filipino vegetables that we've tried to grow in America and didn't grow very well, they all grow super huge here. So she's got something called a bitter melon that she loves that I tried to grow in our garden in Kansas City several times and it just didn't do very well. They grow super large here. She also loves eggplant. I'm not a big eggplant fan, but she likes eggplant. And those grow really big here too. So potato cakes are fire and potato bread. There you go. Yep. Our veggie in the US is genetically grown. That's true too. So that's one of the other reasons they're so much larger is because of all the genetic modifications. And so yeah, which is not helping us out in the slightest. It's actually hurting us. So yeah, but that was a big difference because I was like, man, those are tomatoes? They're like super small. I was like, I'm not going to be able to make a BLT out of those. I love BLTs. And so, but yeah, like not making a BLT out of those. So sorry, the ads are on. So I'll hold off until the ads are done. Thank God, I still got Falstaff out here in the middle of nowhere. Oh, actually, we're coming close to the end of the stream, so which is good. My rear end's starting to feel it, so that's how I know it's almost time. Having trouble sitting still. Though honestly, the plastic chair works out way better than the throne. So, but yeah, once again, let me wait till the ads are done. Wormhole. Wormhole. Matins. Let's see if we can find one more. As there's 3 signatures. Jump.
Warp drive active.
Aren't we? As well, many don't know that in America, chicken, cows, and pigs are real animals have been engineered because we wiped them out long ago. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, with all the genetic modification we do and the genetic modification to the animals' feed and all that stuff, it's really, really been bad. Sorry, the plastic chair is starting to take its toll. All right, welcome back from the ad. Sorry about that. But yeah, the genetic engineering has caused a lot of problems. In fact, I'd be willing to bet that that's one of the reasons why Americans have so many problems with Alzheimer's, with cancer, with so many of other diseases that other countries do not have an issue with. Cholesterol. My wife had no cholesterol problems for her whole life. She moved to America, and she got a whole bunch of cholesterol problems. So she was super excited to move back and get back to where she wouldn't have those problems. So, but yeah, it's been interesting because there are a lot of issues. So, Azure Warp. All right, cool, got it. Yeah, we've kind of got an epidemic when it comes to Alzheimer's and cancer, to be honest. So, health issues caused of the fake foods. Yep. Yeah, it's kind of amazing. That red dye number 5, I think there's a lot of truth behind that stuff. It's just it's something that is not used in 9 out of 10 other countries. America is the only one that allows it. It's proven to have major problems, and we just ignore it like it's no big deal because it tastes good. And it's like, but yeah, that's kind of ridiculous. So Canada too. Yep. Did they use it in Canada? Okay, I didn't realize they use it in Canada too. Yep. Yeah, it's kind of weird because yeah, I had actually started getting away from the red dye number 5 myself, even in America. Started avoiding things with it in it, and man, it didn't. I drink Mio water enhanced. That's what I do too. Yep, yep. And so yeah, so but yeah, the I've been trying to get away from that stuff, and it's funny. My wife bought me some Fruit Loops here because she knew that was one of my favorites. Well, it was one of my favorites before I started getting away from the red dye number 5, red dye 40. There you go, and so yeah, so it was one of my favorites before I got away from the red dye 40. And so once I got away from the red dye 40, it was like, yeah, this is not in my favor. So I stopped eating the Fruit Loops, because they were like, yeah, this is a problem. They were one that had a lot of that in there, and so. But it's funny. She bought me some Fruit Loops here, and they tasted like cardboard because it was like because they had no red dye 40, they had no yellow dye, they had no nothing. I mean, it was like cardboard. And I said, well, this is what it is. Americans would never buy it if it tasted like this, and that's what I told her. I said, yeah, don't buy these again because first of all, I didn't want them anyway because I was afraid of the red dye. And I said, but number 2, I said, they don't taste good, and so because they don't have those things in them. And so, but yeah, it was kind of funny. Here's the hockey highlights. Thanks, Dark Slider. Appreciate it. Oh man, I was watching one this weekend, and I thought of you because it was awesome, just awesome. I was like, this is what NHL playoffs are supposed to be about, right here. I was super impressed. No, for the life of me, I can't remember which one it was. I won't give any spoilers, but it was another crazy game. Excellent. Thank you for that. Yeah, because I'm enjoying the highlights. My wife's like, oh, this is so much easier. I don't have to watch the whole 2-hour game. I said, yeah. I said, I get all the benefits without the time sink, which right now I don't have the time, to be honest. Since I'm streaming five days a week now, it's taken up a lot of time. Plus, I have to try and get done everything else we're supposed to get done here in the afternoon since I'm streaming in the morning our time. So yeah, it's 1:46 here right now, so approaching 2 o'clock. So I pretty much have to get done from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. everything that I normally would do in a whole day, which isn't that bad because I'm really not doing much. My in-laws are doing just about everything. They are super helping us out. It's been a huge help, so really can't say enough about them. So, we do fruit water with fresh mint, so that's a good one. Yep. Yeah, my wife, she always like puts the lemon in the water or the lime in the water and does that kind of stuff. But yeah. But yeah, I'm like Jerry Can. I do the Mio, I do the sweet tea and the orange vanilla, which tastes like a creamsicle for those of you that had creamsicles as a kid. If you're dated, if you're in my era, creamsicles were what we used to always do, and so they were pretty awesome. So, but yeah, so but anyway, so that's the end of that. All right, let me set my destination to a matins, or excuse me, to Euphene. Let's see how many. Let's see what we got. All right, so Atlantis we just came from, so that one's not going to have anything.
Active.
Regrow mint and honeysuckle. Oh, honeysuckle's awesome. Yeah, honeysuckle's awesome. We used to get those right from the wild plants. We would do wild blackberries and wild raspberries. Yes, not blueberries. Blackberries and raspberries. We would pick those. We would pick the honeysuckle. But yeah. But yeah, we'll probably, I was thinking about the mint. We probably will grow some mint here because that's a nice one we could grow. I was telling the guys earlier, we just did some landscaping in our front yard that my in-laws did for us and added some grass, uh, some crabgrass of all things, which is considered a cheap version of grass here, and so that doesn't grow a lot. And so that my dog has a place to go to the bathroom, and so it's pretty funny because I was like, crabgrass? We kill that in America. Like, yeah, not here. We sell it here. Another difference. So yeah, we make honeysuckle syrup. Oh, that's got to be awesome. Yeah, that's got to be awesome. Yeah, that's got to be awesome. Yeah, I've never had honeysuckle syrup, but that's got to be awesome. Yeah, I can imagine. We used to buy fresh honey from bee harvesters that we would use when we were in Kansas City. The problem was we never. Yeah, so we were looking for Bermuda grass, and unfortunately, that was a lot more expensive, and they were out of stock. So that was why my in-laws went with the crabgrass of all things. But I was like, okay, I don't care, long as the ground's covered. Because here it's so hot, the ground usually is just dust because nothing grows. And so, like I said, it's been 95 to 100 every single day for the last 20 days we've been here. And so yesterday it rained during the day a little bit, and last night we had a huge thunderstorm. And so yeah, I thought about that, but with the plants, Amazon won't deliver them because of the customs problems. And so that one's kind of a weird one. They will deliver just about everything else. I can get drugs, I can get pants and shorts and all kinds of other stuff, but any food items and any plants are a problem. So yeah, so I can get drugs, right? I mean, mostly vitamins, things of that nature. But yeah, and they don't give them any trouble with those. But the plants and then any food items. So some food items are okay, but other food items, any meats or milk or things of that nature. Of course, milk would be an idiotic one because it takes 2 weeks to get here by Amazon. But yeah, it's been interesting. So I had some shorts delivered that my wife had bought me some before we left Kansas City. She had bought me some Adidas shorts that were zippered pockets, which are good. There's a lot of pickpockets here when you're in the city. And so it was kind of nice to have the zippered pockets just to kind of keep things safe. And so she bought me these ones with zippered pockets, so they were pretty cool. And so I was like, you really should have got me more of these. And so I ended up ordering them off of Amazon and getting them delivered for free shipping. But yeah, it took a little over a week for them to get here. So So I have the 2 day shipping with Amazon, but that didn't quite work. But yeah, they still arrived. And the weird part is I ordered 3 pairs of shorts. It delivered all 3 pairs separately on 3 different days, which was really strange. But, it was like, okay, whatever. They got delivered, which was the big thing. So, but yeah, for different food items, they give us some trouble because of the customs charges, and customs won't allow certain things in. So, anytime we've traveled back and forth, I had a funny story about that, but anytime we traveled back and forth, that was the thing they always asked us at customs is, do you have any fruits? Do you have any meats? Any food items? And so if it was packaged, it wasn't so bad. They didn't care. But any fruits or meats were big problems. And plants was another one that they would not allow. And so, but yeah, it was, so the grass was one that I don't think I could get. But yeah, like I said, they put this crabgrass out there and it looks great. And my dog is super excited about it. I think once it fills in, she'll be more than happy to go to the bathroom there because it's better than the dust that she's going on now. So, ooh, a relic site. Now the question is it a reckoning site? No, it is not. Of course not. Why would it be a reckoning site? Alright, we'll check that one out and move on to the next one. But so vitamins and things like that. I haven't tried to get any cocaine or anything like that. I don't know. Maybe they will deliver that, but yeah, not my thing anyway. But yeah, that would probably wouldn't be that strange. Like I said, with the way things work here, I can't assume anything because everything I assume it's the exact opposite. So, like for instance, I assumed the electric company of all people would want to make sure my meter was working, so they got paid. Nope. Because even after the guy read our meter and told them it was burned out, they didn't contact us. They didn't do nothing. It wasn't until we showed up to say, hey, where's our bill? That they finally said, oh, your meter's burned out. And nothing. You got to buy a new meter. So we got our electric for about $8 for the month of April, and we've been running our air conditioner non-stop 24/7 for 20 plus days. And they lost money on that one, I guarantee it. But yeah, I was wanting to see what that was going to work out as because I was curious what the charge was going to be so that we could then estimate going forward on whether we can keep running it 24/7 or whether I have to say, yeah, we're going to have to curb this some. And so, yeah, at $8, I can definitely keep running it 24/7. But yeah, I don't think it'll be $8 next month. Now that I have the heavy duty meter, they actually replaced the meter. They replaced the breakers. Well, we had to pay for it. Actually, the landlord, so we're renting here while we build our house in the province. The landlord had to pay for it. Although we paid for it, then the landlord paid us back. But yeah, it was kind of, that's another thing in America. They're never going to trust you to pay for it. They would have said, no, we'll pay for it, and then we'll charge it back to you with a huge markup. But yeah, not here. They're like, nope, you got to buy it. But yeah, it was funny. And the electric, we have no idea when the electric meter burned out. It could have burned out the second day we were here, for all we know. And, we've had our electric never shut off. So we've had electric the whole time. And, for all we know, it burned out the second day we were here. So we got free electric for the whole month. So that would never happen in America. As soon as the electric meter burned out, your electric's off. So that way you're calling to say, hey, what the hell's going on? Yeah, not here. So, and then, like I said, with my internet, we paid a day early, and they shut my internet off anyway on the day it was supposed to be due, or the day after it was supposed to be due. And when we went and said, hey, what happened? They said, oh, you already paid. You paid too early. You got to pay the day it's due, where we can't guarantee it'll get credited. And I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? So yeah, so just little things like that. It's kind of a little different than what I'm used to, but we're getting used to it. So, but yeah. But anyway, I am going to call it a night. So let's see who we're going to raid. See who's out here. Narcos was on earlier. He's still on. Zero's on. Narcos is probably going to raid Zero. So let me go ahead and raid Narcos. Actually, it looks like... It looks like a Narcos is raiding someone else. So Serpent Power's on. So I think I'm going to go ahead and work with Serpent Power. I think I'm going to go ahead and jump him. So, yep. Yeah.
Docking request accepted.
Yeah, he just started. So I'm going to go ahead and do Serpent Power since he just started. So, but appreciate you guys being here. Thanks for watching. And once again, I started to say this earlier, but the ads were on. We will have our mining event tonight. Jerry Can, good to see you. We will have our mining event tonight. Tonight, you guys' time. Tomorrow, my time. So the next time I stream in about 17 hours. No, 19 hours. 19 hours. 20 hours. 20 hours. In about 20 hours. We will have our mining event. Everyone's welcome. And so feel free to join us 9:30 Central Time. Excuse me, 8:30 Central Time. 8:30 p.m. Central Time. 9:30 p.m. Eastern. 7:30 p.m. Mountain. So, or if you're like me on the Philippine time, it'll be 9:30 a.m. on Tuesday. So yeah, so we'll see you later. I'm going to go ahead and raid Serpent Power. Since he's getting raided by a Narcos as well, so we'll just go ahead and cut to the chase. So, but yeah, so because he's just starting, so. But appreciate it, and I will see you guys tomorrow. And you guys have a great rest of your night, day, whatever it is. We'll see you later. Thanks again. Thanks, Dark Slider. Have a great one. Thanks, Respin. Thanks, Phaedra. Appreciate it. You guys have a great night.